Hello and welcome to Soul Fighter Fight Night. We're coming to you live from Los Angeles with a star-studded cast from around the globe. We're putting on tonight's event to celebrate Soul Fighter, the latest and greatest League of Legends event coming to you in just a few days. My name is Mark Z, and I'll be your host for our Soul Fighter event launch tonight. Just to tease you with what we're going to see, we've got crazy challenges, 16 fierce competitors from around the globe, and a dynamic gameplay finale where we'll finally be showing off some competitive arena gameplay. Now, I am not the only one here tonight. I have a couple of goons across the room to guide us through this adventure. Captain Flowers and Kobe, how are we doing?
That's us, man. Mark, I am hyped to be here, man. The set's looking amazing. The competitors are ready to go. The events are fierce, and I am ready for the chaos the Fight Night's about to bring.
I have to echo that sentiment, Flowers, because this event is about to be sick. I'm especially excited because we've been waiting for a big LoL event like Soul Fighter for a long time now, and we have some amazing competitors here to showcase it as well.
Man, this is going to be a good one, man. One for the books. Mark, what are we doing next?
All right, so believe it or not, it's not just the three of us running the show. Up here, we actually have a very special guest on the floor bringing you all the close-up action and interviews throughout the event. So without any further ado, we're going to toss it down to Audley, who is standing by with a very special guest to help us kick off the show.
Thank you so much, Mark. That's right. I am going to be here on the show floor all night long, bringing you the action, the interviews, and all the up-close blood, sweat, and tears from all of our competitors playing here today. But first up, listen, we got to bring on a very special guest. We've got Pew Liu with us, game director for League of Legends. How pumped are you for this event? Look around us. We've got creators, streamers, influencers in the chat. We've got people at home watching. How pumped?
So incredibly pumped. I'm super excited for Soul Fighter. It's all about bringing new experiences to our players, from our mini game that's going to be going with awesome 2D sprite work done by the team, to the awesome thematic that we think is going to be super resonant with players, and of course the arena game mode. We've heard you guys loud and clear. You guys have been asking for a game mode for a long time, and we're here to deliver arena, and we're really excited for it. We think it's going to be a really fantastic time, and we hope to get a lot of feedback so we can make it better for all of you.
And I know a lot of people have been at home playing on the PvE, but now we have global content creators and even some former League of Legends pro players here to test everything out. How pumped are you to see those people compete?
It's going to be a really good time. I think Fight Night really captures the essence and spirit of Soul Fighter. It's all about pushing your limits, trying new, exciting, and wacky things, and doing it in intense competition against your rivals and alongside your friends. So really excited to see Skara, who I've been a fan of for many years, and also like our visitors from China and Japan and seeing how they deal with the jet lag. I'm excited to cheer them on and also to laugh at the funny moments.
Here's hoping to many memorable and funny moments. Thank you so much, Pew. Mark, back to you.
Thank you very much, Audley. We'll have to see if they are jet lagged or not. Now, we've got a two-part show for all of you tonight. We have 16 competitors from around the world broken up into teams of 2. So that means that we have 8 teams representing each region from around the world. They'll be competing in 3 IRL challenges for points and glory, and then right after that, they'll be playing some Arena, the brand new League of Legends game mode exclusive to Soul Fighter. So, first things first, as you've seen, we've got a full-on challenge arena built out behind us for the athletic challenges, and we just want to use that to make sure our competitors are all warmed up before throwing it down in the Soul Fighter arena. So the 3 challenges that we prepared for them today are an endurance challenge, an accuracy challenge, and a strength challenge. Now, as we go throughout the show, we'll break down exactly how all that's going to go further. Each of these challenges has a different point breakdown that all leads up to our arena showcase. The team that performs the best over the course of these 3 challenges and in the arena will be crowned our Fight Night champions and take home the winning belts, which look sick. Now, there's enough of this chit-chat. If you miss any of that, don't worry. We'll be filling you in constantly throughout the show as we go through it. Now, though, I just want to see who's going to be throwing down tonight. Audley, it's time to introduce the teams.
Thank you so much, Mark. It is time to introduce all of our teams and players that we've got here tonight for Fight Night. Now listen, in the world of Soul Fighter, the event takes place in the arena of the Shattered Beast, where players from all around the world come to compete. But today, it's going to take place in our arena here in Los Angeles. We have 16 competitors from around the world here to show what they've got. Let's go ahead and meet our teams, starting with Brazil. You may know him from his time on Cloud9 Academy or playing on Pain Gaming. It's Jukes! His partner is currently a streamer for Pain Gaming, so Pain is what he's bringing today. Give it up for P-Jack! All right. Our next team is from Asia Pacific. He's known for his rants and satirical gaming content on YouTube, but when he's not tilting on Valorant, he's supporting gamers with his scholarship for gamers. Give it up for Razzie Binks. And ladies and gentlemen, we have League of Legends royalty in the building. OGs know him as the Season 2 League of Legends World Champions, but others just call him Stanley. Give it up for the team. Our next regional team comes from China. Now, he's one of our most iconic players here, and he's known as one of the best Ahri players in the world. He also played for Bilibili as their mid laner. It's Icon. Joining him is the LPL's resident hostess and translator extraordinaire. She speaks 4 different languages, including how to trash talk. It's Iris. Now, next up is Japan. A true Riot Games fan, he plays League, TFT, and Valorant, and has been a League fan for the last 13 years. Penguin armies rise up for Xiaodudu. He started playing League on the NA servers before Japan even had a League server, and now he's a top in Jungle Pro. Give it up for Raijin and Japan. Now, North America, let me hear you make some noise for your hometown heroes. He's an LCS legend, co-founder of Offline TV, and a dragon playing TFT in his free time. It's Skara. And when he's not polishing off his 2 LCS trophies from his time on Cloud9, he's giving you one of the most entertaining LCS co-streams of all time with Meteos. Next up are our 2 players from Korea. He's a fitness influencer, so today's physical challenges should pose no threat to him. And if that wasn't enough, he's also a master-ranked Alistar player. Get your cowbells out for GPT! Im Soon-bi is best known for her IRL content and streams on Afrika TV, but today she'll be known for dominating the competition. Give it up for Korea! And here comes our 2 ladies from LATAM. TFT may be her main game, but when she's not ripping through you with her multicaster Teemo carry, she's roping you in with her Zyra and League. It's Caprament. She may rep Deadlock and Neon in Valorant, but for today, she's repping Chile, Peru, and Mexico with her gameplay. Give it up for Nuvia. And last, but certainly not least, we've got Europe. He's been killing the IRL content game since he started, but has also been a League fan since Season 1. Give it up for Tromba! And our final player of today has to be the most sane new player in the entire League of Legends community. But if you recognize him, you know that's a lie. Look at him go, it's Kesha! Those are our players. I am so excited to get into these games. Take it away, guys.
Thank you very much, Avli. That was absolutely epic introduction. Flowers and Kobe, tell me, based off that, who do you guys have your eyes on today?
Man, as soon as I see Stanley walk out there representing the Asia Pacific region, I'm immediately flashing back to Season 2 Worlds. I love seeing one of the longtime champs come back, ready for some more competition. I got high hopes for him.
Once a world champ, always a world champ. I am more scared of very recent performance. Icon was at Worlds only 2 years ago playing for LNG, so I'm very scared about the League skills on Team China, plus the coordinated dance that they had coming in.
It's going to be some frightening competition out there today. I know everybody's here for their A game. We talked to a bunch of them behind the scenes before everything started today, and I think everybody's fired up for this.
All right, well, thank you guys for that. We're just about ready to get into our first challenge of the day. We have the Endurance Challenge up first. It is a double armed up spinning challenge where our competitors will have to jump, crouch, and evade these moving arms as they swing around the arena. As you can see, we all had fun testing it out during rehearsals. I thought I had a good form down here, a little rhythm of 1-2 over, back down under. But now we're going to get it done for real by the competitors in the arena. So let's take a look at how this challenge is going to break down. We're going to be playing 3 rounds of the Endurance Challenge, with each round being worth 8 points if you get first place and going down from there. Our competitors have chosen ahead of time who is going to compete in each round, which means that someone will have to go twice. So here's who we're going to see in round 1. Kobe, anyone jumping out to you as someone to watch?
So I already mentioned Icon. I know he's got the League skills, but the physical skills, Tromba on Team Europe is actually an MMA fighter. We just learned. So I'm very, very scared of Team Europe as well.
And man, I also got my eyes on GPT here, talking about him being a fitness influencer. I feel like in a challenge like this, which, by the way, is more of a strain on your endurance than you might think at first, this guy's got to have an edge out there.
Yeah, it's definitely the case. My thighs were burning by the end of it. Well, it looks like we're getting close to ready to go. Refs are doing some final checks. We'll get to see if they will be in a second. Between the three of us and Ovly, who went out first? I think it was Kobe, right?
You actually get tired way quicker than you're going to get hit by the speeding thing. So I laid out. I was doing stunt stuff yesterday. Too tired.
Discretion is the better part of valor, my friend. But that thing, not only is it more intimidating than it looks, but remember, as the game goes on, that spinning arm is going to go faster and faster and faster. Competitors are going to have to up their tempo as the game progresses.
I've got some expert strategy here for you, Flowers. You're going to want to jump over the low one and then duck under the high one.
Expert strategy indeed.
That's the easy mode, Kobe. We saw that some of the referees who were setting this up, who I'm pretty sure have done other shows like this, have been jumping over the high bar just to show off. So if you're really feeling it, you can try and stunt on your competition a little bit.
Yeah, the people setting this up, by the way, they work for American Ninja Warrior as well, so very valid.
Yeah, that's probably the upper limit of skills that you would expect to see for a competition like this. But remember, for a lot of these players, they're not forged in that same fire. They're not used to these types of competitions. So it's not only about who's the best, but who can learn it the best.
And what we're doing here is each member on both teams is going to play once, and then they elect which member plays the third round.
The team makes a choice. All right, we're starting off here. Remember, you've got to stay on your circular platform. If any part of your body touches the black ground beneath, you are eliminated.
We got a couple of bumps there. Some people going with the 1 foot over first. The 2 feet jump is more exhausting, but a little bit less risky.
They're just warming up for it a little bit. There we go. Yep, easy placement there. You got to be careful to not let your balance get too far off, too. Remember, these little circles are not completely solid on the ground. The ground has a lot of give to it.
Yeah, don't get too lazy with the ducking either. We saw in practice a couple of people leaving their heads up a little bit too high.
Oh, you can see it's starting to speed up a little bit now. Faster reaction time is going to be required. Right back down onto the ground as the higher arm passes over. Nobody's still taken out just yet. Oh, I think we got to see our first.
Oh, there
it is! Team LatAm's going to lose the first in this round.
Oh, Meteos down!
Oh, no! North America following shortly thereafter with the elimination onto Meteos as the speed continues picking up. The remaining players, honestly, looking like they're taking this one down pretty easily. You can see
they've got to be getting tired.
One leg at a time approaches, trying to conserve the energy.
You've got to get tired right now. The quads especially have got to be burning.
They've got to be, man. This thing really starts taxing the legs after it gets going this fast. Your reaction times are getting tested here.
Still going.
Still 6 active players. Oh! The upper one claims its first victim.
Good hit.
Remaining 5 players still tackling this one with style.
They're getting more tired, so more 1 foot over first, barely.
Oh, nice. Oh! I believe that's an elimination onto the European representative there.
Oh! 2 left.
Only 2 players remain. Oh! This is intense, Kobe.
All right, all right. Honestly, I'm kind of rooting for Icon.
Because you called it, right? You said you were afraid of this man's skills.
Nobody's slowing down. Oh, our first tap, just a tap, though.
It's a tap.
Still
a tap,
on the
not
pad.
An elimination. He's still on the pad. Remember, any part of your body touches the ground. Oh! And there's your elimination.
Team Korea, #1 there. Impressive performance, GPT.
I told you, man. GPT coming in as a fitness influencer. This guy's got to be in good shape. He proves himself in the first endurance round. I don't know how many different jumps that had to be, but this man has what it takes.
Yeah, definitely has the endurance down. Beautiful stuff there. Also, they said Masters Alistar player. Alistar not too shabby in the arena. You can try and wait till the end and then push people out into the ring of fire. So we'll see how he keeps up there. He is clearing the bottom one, no problem, too. Look at that. He tanks it.
Just claims his
True
victory.
Alistar player takes the beam at the end just to show that he can.
Popping the ulti.
Yeah, negating all the damage there. Very nice showing out of all of them. And I got to say, I was very impressed by some people's form. Team Japan's representative, very nice 1-2 leg up, back down.
That was your strategy.
Yeah, you're a
in
big fan
practice.
of that.
I'm telling you that's the way to do it. So conserve energy. That was really sick. That was the first round. So obviously the next group of people are going to go up. The second teammate's going to go. So let's see who exactly we have for round 2 for each team. We'll get to see that on the screen in a second here. The rest of the people are going out, starting to get set up on the lily pads.
Razzie Banks, Jukes, Iris, Trumba, Raijin, Yim Sunbi, Nuvia, and Skara. Now, we need to see, specifically from teams LATAM and North America, their second players to step up because they were the first 2 eliminated in the previous round.
All right.
So remember, you can make up from an early elimination by surviving longer in the round after.
So I was talking to Skara before this match even started, and he already had several excuses lined up.
Okay.
He had a viral infection 2 weeks ago. Now he's got pretty bad allergies as well. We'll see how he pulls it out. Meteos went down pretty early, like you said, so they're going to need him to get some points.
All right, Skara, you're going to have to do this one for North America, buddy. Come on, Skara.
Let's go!
We got some faith. We got some faith. A couple of nervous looks here at the contestants waiting for this one to start. Remember that everybody has practiced it before. So let's see how they can do now. It's round number 2. Rock and roll on the endurance test.
Oh, shaky already. Group 2 looking a bit more shaky than Group 1.
Oh, no! Skara!
One jump,
Skara! North America will fall.
It's all right. He's getting out to safety. No problem. Everybody else, we're still on the slow speed, warming up.
Yep. Just letting this thing get that speed worked up to maximum where it gets really intense.
Start to feel the burn.
Looking at a little shakiness here on some of the balance. Oh, it looks like we have an elimination onto Team Korea, so they're not going to go nearly as far here in the second round as in round number 1.
Everybody else looking pretty good still here.
You got to be careful about that footing, man. The closer you can stay balanced in the middle of the pad, the better off you're going to be. You'd hate to clear the jump just to land on shaky.
Oh, big hit.
2 in a row.
LATAM and Europe both down.
Oh, couple more nice jumps, couple more good clears. Razzie Banks taken out next.
I like the knee jump.
Kesha's still in there.
Yeah.
I cast her, cursed. I apologize, Kesha. And there it is.
Iris goes down. Oh my goodness. China's cleaning up then. That was 2 second places.
2 second places. And let's get another replay of the final shot here. As Team Brazil takes it in round number 2.
Great stuff seen out of them. We'll be setting up for the third round. Someone is going to have to go twice from each group. And I'm pretty sure it's almost everyone from Team 1.
Yeah, I mean, Jukes just won, so you kind of want him to go again, but then they just played, so he'll have less rest time.
He's going to be tired. I'm loving how this is becoming tradition in endurance test. If you know you just won it, you see your final competitor fall, you tank the arm and celebrate.
Intimidation for the next round.
Exactly. You let them know that you're enduring more than you have to.
There's more left in the tank.
Absolutely.
Take a sip of your soul juice here. Maybe,
oh, yeah,
maybe
man.
you'll
I'm
have some
loving
more
this
in the
stuff.
tank.
Yeah, no, this stuff is great. We got a brand new energy drink for here, too. It's all.
Actually, pass me a bottle.
Yeah, here you go.
It's hot up here.
Yeah. So, remember, this decision could impact a lot. The point difference between first place and last place is pretty severe. 8 versus only 1 if you're that first player eliminated. Skara, you can see on your screen right now, unfortunately, taking out his fitting arm. Oh! Ooh. And then that one had to smart, man. You could see Kesha there getting knocked over towards the end.
I thought Kesha was down even earlier because he was doing the knee jump onto the pad, but lasted a long time.
Yeah, as long as no limb touches the black floor, you're still in the game.
Yep.
Or okay, wait.
So these are the selections for round 3. Meteos going to represent again here. Kesha back in for Europe.
Okay.
Icon's back in for China. China, I have to feel like, are definitely cleaning up in the points so far, but GPT.
The round 1 champ coming back in. Worth pointing out, P-Jack's back in for Brazil. So even though they were able to get a win there in round number 2, they don't want to test him too hard. They don't want to have him do those back-to-back runs. What do you think, Kobe? Is GPT going to be able to run this one back again?
Honestly, he didn't even look winded after the win, so.
Yeah, and he did have the break. LATAM and North America both being eliminated early in the first 2 rounds. You're going to want to see some better results here out of Caprament and Meteos. You know, they're going to want to dig in, try to last at least until the second half here, make up for some of those lost points.
As it started, it's going real
Okay,
slow.
I think I had a little bit of a false start there. All right, we're off into the competition here in round number 3 of the Endurance. That's the last round of this phase of the competition.
Okay, a lot of people trying to conserve energy with the 1 leg at a time strat.
Yeah, we're seeing quite a few of those. LATAM still going with the double foot approach, but I do believe that's our first elimination of the round. Caprament out of the competition here.
Oh, it's going the other way.
Oh, it reverses in round number 3. It's a surprise for the contestants as the arm can now change directions. They're going to have to be ready for this one.
Did we get a touch?
Was that an elimination? I am not sure.
Referee
Doesn't look
confirmation
like it.
still in.
Ref's letting them play. Still 7 players in. Man, that arm turning around is really causing some problems here. I think you got to be ready for it.
Yeah, especially after already playing around here.
Oh, there's the elimination. It looks like Meteos is out second as the arm reverses again. It's speeding up now, Kobe.
All right, looking pretty good though. Everybody left in.
Oh, those one-legged jumps are starting to get a little testy.
Better safe than sorry here. Oh, another down.
Another elimination. 5 players remaining on the board. Oh, and Razzie Binks takes a spill.
GPT on the edge of his platform there too. Cheering on the teammates there. Iris.
Well, it looks like we might have had a miscommunication on the graphic. I believe it's Trumba playing for Europe.
Yeah, that's definitely him.
Yeah. So Trumba, Icon, P-Jack, and GPT all still clearing these arms. You know these guys got to be getting tired now, man. The legs are definitely being put to the test. Another nice clear there.
Oh, another surprise.
Raise.
Reverse.
On the head, but now it's just going to reverse. All right. Still in the game. GPT accidentally steps off the platform. He'll be the 5th player eliminated. 3 left now. Oh, P-Jack down now. It's Icon versus Trumba.
Another spin.
The reversal coming in now. Trumba clears, Icon clears. Overhead, nothing to it. All right, down again, up again. Honestly, both these guys still seeming to have plenty of energy left. Trumba, that one was a little dicey.
Oh, we can clip the leg on the last one. Trumba wins.
Nice victory there. Icon ends up still, though, racking up
Another
second place as Ovely is standing by for an interview with Trumba.
Trumba, what an amazing showing that last time there. First round, a little rough, but round 3 is where you picked it up. Walk me through it.
The big guy from Korea, he got pumped up in the first round. So the first round is for me.
Third.
But I have to rest right now.
Okay, deep breaths. Please demonstrate good breathing.
Okay. Yeah.
I can't help but notice, but when you close your eyes, your eyelids say calm down on it, and I feel like you're...
I have to calm down, you know.
Perfect.
Yeah, I have to calm down.
All right, I'm going to roll over here really quick to GPT, who was our first round winner. GPT, so close in this 3rd round, but round 1 was really where you shined. How hard was it? You seem out of breath.
Breath, very big breath. I'm so hard. I'm tired. Best game, best Korea.
Korea's #1 with you?
Okay, Korea is best team. Korea fighting!
Fighting here. Back up to you guys at the desk.
The guys are winded after that one, and hey, man, I don't blame them. They went the distance on those rounds, and now they're going to have to recover fast before we get into our second competition.
And I'm already impressed with Icon holding his own against the fitness influencer and the MMA fighter towards the end there. So excited to see what the next round looks like.
And you could see it there. He was taking that one leg at a time approach. It looked like the first leg cleared it, but like you said, just the second leg a little slow, getting caught by the arm.
And you get tired so quickly in this one. People think, oh yeah, it's going to be the speed of the beam. No, it's the repetition of the jumps.
Yeah.
It really is an endurance.
It puts the strain on the muscles, man. Your legs are burning. If you guys at home ever get a chance to try out one of these, I would absolutely recommend it. It is intense.
Very intense 3 rounds of competition there. We said that this was warming up for the arena mode, but it definitely feels like it's going to leave them gassed by the end of it. That was just the first of 3 challenges, and there was 3 rounds of that. Very intense seeing them. You can see everyone trying to recover now before we head into, I believe, the second activity is the accuracy one. But before we get into that, let's check the results of the endurance round. Like you said, we're getting those tabulated. We'll get them on screen in a minute. We saw 3 times in a row. Team China got second place, a couple first places for other people, so it's going to be pretty close.
I actually think if we're talking about aggregate score over the 3 rounds, Team China came out on top at the end of the first event.
I think we're close to the bottom for North America.
I think we might have been off to a little bit of a rough
calculations
start.
are correct.
North America has had some struggles historically in
So did
League of
LATAM.
Legends.
LATAM
So
got
we're
a
going to
lot of
have
early exits as
we're
well.
scaling for late game.
To be fair, we talked to Skara and Meteos beforehand, and they admitted that their strategy was not to do great on this one. They're more focused on dodgeball as well as the third competition, which I don't want to spoil too much, but you might have saw a little graphic for it. So this, not the best showing, but they didn't care about this one, you know?
True. We're not about endurance, okay? We're about the show. We're explosive performances later.
And there were some explosive moments in this one, man. Honestly, a couple of these rounds, specifically round number 1 and round number 3, I felt like we went through a little bit of a drought there where everybody was just effortlessly clearing. Yep. But then when somebody finally does get caught, it's just a kaboom. All of a sudden, 1, 2, 3 people out.
Yeah, some of the hit. We had some nice hits there towards the end.
Yeah, it feels like what happens eventually is you just can't get your legs up as high as you were the first couple times around. You get clipped. Some of the trolling in the third round, too, with the reversal. You can see for LATAM getting stuck underneath the bar.
Yeah, the reversal was something that I don't think anybody was really expecting there. It just kind of caught them all off guard, and then, hey, you got to be able to react to it. Unfortunately, for a couple of our competitors, it did spell their doom. But again, you could see Tromba triumphant. And here's our results after round number 1. The endurance challenge is over, and it's China in first place with Europe right behind him in second. Brazil coming up third with Korea in fourth. Asia Pacific leading the bottom half of the results there in fifth with Japan at 6th. LATAM at 7th, and North America rounding it out in 8th place.
Okay, both Americas a little bit slow starters.
United. United at the bottom of the table. We're doing it. Like we said, strategy-wise was not about winning right out there. You know, the crew is changing over for the second one. We'll be able to get a look there in a second. Here's the overall leaderboard with the scores as well. You can see the spread quite large for some of these teams. 19 for Team China in first place, last place at 5, so a 14-point spread overall. Looking pretty good, though. Not too bad. A lot of teams around that 19-point.
Yeah, there's such a small point disparity at the top mark. 19 for first, 18 for second, 17 for third, and then it finally skips one down to 15 for fourth. But that means there's just so much opportunity in these next couple of games for one of the teams to jump up multiple spots in the ranks.
And the points are all about that positioning for the arena match at the end.
Definitely. So we'll be seeing some more of these. Each game's going to have 20-ish points available if you grab first place multiple times in a row. But before we get into the next game, you may have seen Kobe and Flowers drinking a wonderful beverage throughout this broadcast. Well, it's called Soul Juice, and it's the perfect pick-me-up for our competitors after that first challenge. Take a look at how Soul Juice can help you.
Where competition meets domination. Refreshing. Separate the casuals from the warriors. Taste good. When your strongest muscle eats your muscles. Flavor. The edge you need to be strong. Strong. Good. Soul Juice. Taste the glory.
This drink is absolutely delicious. If you're in the crowd, make sure you grab one if you can, get some taste of it. We're going to go to a quick break, and we'll be back with our second challenge, so don't go anywhere. A very slick animation there. Not sure what that's all about, but looks cool.
There's got to be something.
There's
going on
something
here.
special
There's
going
something
on
going
here.
on here, Mark.
We don't know, actually. The producers have not told us anything. But welcome back. Before our next challenge, we have Ovly standing by with David Shu, who has some very important information for us about Soul Fighter in Wild Rift.
Thanks so much, Mark. I am here with David, Wild Rift product lead. David, you just saw all of our competitors jump and duck over these giant cylinder things. How excited are you to be here today?
It feels surreal being here all the end. That was crazy intense. I did not expect how fast that was gonna go. And this event has been awesome. And I just want to share more information to the players about the awesome things that are gonna be coming to Wild Rift. For Wild Rift, we like to participate in these raid events and introduce a little extra spiciness. And the thing we're bringing out to Soul Fighter is our new Tag Duel exclusive mode. And so what this is taking the best part of fighting games, all the tactics, strategy, right, the mind thinking there, and combining that with our 1v1 mode. And so what you get is this adrenaline rush of a game mode, and I can't wait for the players to take a part in it. My favorite memory from making the game mode was when a person first pulled off the Yasuo Malphite combo. That was definitely a phone drop moment. And so watch out for tag mode that's coming to Wild Rift and many other things as part of the Soul Fighter event. Yeah, it's going to be exciting, and I'll see you in the arena.
David, I have one final question for you. What region do you think is going to take the entire thing tonight?
Well, I'm definitely cheering for Team China here, but all the competitors look like they got something up their sleeves.
David, thank you so much. Mark, that's all for us here. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Ovly. We're going to keep this thing rolling. We've got our accuracy challenge up next based on the all-time classic, which is dodgeball. So here are the rules. Our teams will be facing off against each other in a 2v2 mode. There will be 4 balls in play, so expect some high-paced action here. It is the standard dodgeball rules, of course. If you catch a ball thrown by your opponent, that opponent who threw the ball is out. You can use your ball to deflect attacks. As you can see us all demonstrating here, Kobe with a sick jumping throw. We do have a couple unique mechanics, though, as well, where each team will get 2 respawns. So a couple little kinks thrown in there. And this is how we're going to be scoring the challenge. It is King of the Hill. So the winner will stay on. If you win, your team gets 3 points for every match that you win. If you lose, you do get 0. So Flowers, Kobe, any thoughts before we send it down to Ovly?
This sounds like a snowball type of game. Since winner stays on, you could farm a lot of points if you can dodge a ball.
I love dodgeball. This would definitely be my event, so
Yeah?
I'm hoping we make a comeback here.
All right, Kobe's playing 80 carry on this one, Mark. He's ready to go.
Yeah, I think this will be the most normal challenge for people. I don't know how many people have jumped over a spinning arm and ducked under that number of times before, so hopefully a little bit easier for people, and I think less endurance needed. I think the accuracy challenge will be much more comfortable for a lot of competitors.
Also, I think really underrated part of dodgeball is going for the catch the ball to get the other person out.
Right.
These are not rubber balls. They're not super bouncy, so I had a pretty easy time catching them in practice.
They are smaller than your standard gym class dodgeball, at least here in America anyway.
Yeah.
But they're very, it's very easy to be able to turn a game around if you can go for the catches. Remember, the catch or also the other option, the deflect. You can knock that ball away. All of a sudden now they don't have one, you're good to go.
All right, well, it looks like we're about ready to go. So, Ovly, why don't you take it away?
Thank you so much, Mark. I'm actually down here with Team Brazil's competitor, Jukes. Juke, have you played dodgeball before?
Not so much. In Brazil, we play more soccer, football, you know? Yeah, it's going to be fun.
So what I'm hearing is maybe you could do some little fancy feet tricks with some of these dodgeballs, add a little bit more power to these throws.
No, I'm going to try it, but I don't think we can.
All right, see, now I figured with a name like Jukes, you'd be able to play a lot of dodgeball and juke some, right?
No, maybe. Let's see right now.
Maybe. All right, he's about to get into it. I'm going to run over to Razzie really fast. Razzie! You have a lot of fans in the audience for you right now. What is your experience with dodgeball like?
This is like a national game as well. So if I lose this one, I might just quit this game and go home.
So a lot is on the line.
Yeah, let's go.
All right, let's go, Razzie. And Stanley, I'm going to come to you really fast. Man, I was in high school watching you win Season 2 League of Legends World Championship. You are my hero, man. Will you still be my hero after today's dodgeball game?
I think so.
Here's hoping, Stanley. That's it for us here. We're getting ready to start the game, so back to you guys.
Thank you very much, Ovly. I'm very excited. We have Nidalee top king. We'll see if he can continue to dominate in dodgeball.
And Razzie Binks put his whole career on the line. Right there.
He's quit now.
He
If they
says
lose
if
this
they
one.
lose this one, it's over. Man, I'm excited for this one. We got Team Brazil starting off against Team Asia Pacific now. Remember the rules. 3 points if you win, and you get to stay in. You lose in this first round, that's a donut. We don't want donuts. We want dodgeballs here in round number 2. The accuracy challenge, a big chance to pull out ahead. And remember what we said at the end of the last round, the points are so close across the board.
Well, it looks like we're just about ready to get in with our competitors. They're going to start on the wall with a ball near each of their feet. They'll be able to pick it up and throw as soon as they're ready to go. You can see the ref taking the checks here, so it looks like we're about to get into it.
All right, let's start it off. Let's see what we got here.
Oh, Stanley down into the ground already.
Stanley's gonna be careful. Oh, direct hit onto Stanley. He's into the respawn.
Did they get
box.
both at once? Was
They
that a
might
double
have got
kill?
him. It might have got him.
Double
Team
kill.
Brazil just immediately jumping in for the aggro.
Oh,
now remember,
no. Oh, Raz.
teams do get respawns, I believe.
Looks like we're getting some clarification for the referees. They
Double
both
hit
got
confirmed.
hit. We confirmed that the black team is out, so
Oh my.
Team APAC already having to probably vacate the arena in a second here.
Okay, so the respawns only count if the other player remains alive.
That's actually insane. Our first match is an instant double kill. Razzie Binks was in the air jumping, tagged his feet with the ball. Stanley also got hit at the same time. So yeah, they don't get time to respawn because no one was left alive to continue the game. Instant win for Brazil.
Yeah, the respawn can only occur once you move to the respawn area, the box in the corner of the arena. So the instant double shot, it's tragedy for Team Asia Pacific, but man, that was clean from Brazil.
I mean, that's a quick 3 points. You have to be feeling very good for Brazil. They were already, I think, like 4th position on the leaderboard.
They were
so
already pretty good, yeah.
Yeah, this is an opportunity for them to start picking up a ton of wins in a row. We'll have to see which team's going to go out and visit them next. Looks like Team APAC is staying out for now. Refs are conferring. We'll have to see if it's like, all right, pity points,
double
go
kill.
again, go again.
Yeah, we'll have to see exactly how that ends up playing out, but it does show you just how quickly this round can be over. Previously, we weren't just blinking our eyes and everything ended. It took a couple of rotations for that arm to get up to speed and really start threatening our competitors. But this time around, the threat isn't some sort of force of nature spinning in circles. The threat's your other competitors. And if they want to come out swinging, they're going to come out swinging.
And because this is the second event already after the endurance event, you know, people are going to be more tired for this event. So
Oh, yeah.
there's definitely plenty of room to rack up those points. If Brazil gets to stay out there and they keep these clean shots coming through, they could definitely take the lead.
The first event works on your legs. The second event works on your arms. The third event you'll learn more about later. But I'm liking how we're testing everything here with these guys. Let's see, do we have any updates back in the
Yes.
arena? Yes, we
It's like
do.
China next.
Team China coming out to go against Brazil. Currently in the lead with 19 points is Team China, so we'll see if they can grab some more here.
I think Team Brazil was at 15 going into this, so they would be at 18 now after that 3. If they beat Team China here, they would actually overtake them in the standings. Big opportunity.
Okay, so best strategy already has emerged. Throw at the same time. If you can get the double kill,
Ready.
you don't have to worry about respawns.
Ready? 3, 2, 1, dodgeball!
All right, how are we gonna start here? Oh, is that a connect? I believe it was. Okay.
like it.
Oh!
no,
Was that it?
no
It's
way!
another double! Iris wasn't able to get over to the respawn box in time. Icon was eliminated before she could clear the distance, so there's no respawn. It's another instant elim for Brazil.
All right, a couple iterations. I also think you should have people closer to the respawn box now.
Yeah,
Because,
you play respawn corner.
yeah, play everybody to that corner. You don't need to be up on that other side. Maybe you can even deflect for each other then.
Yeah.
Somebody has to come up with a strategy to defend against Brazil here. You can't have this extended play.
If you're getting hit, you need to fall over into the respawn box. That is,
Or at
that's
least,
where I want to
or at
see
least
it.
run immediately there because Brazil, they don't miss.
Brazil is looking hot here in this second round. That's already 6 points they farmed up for this one.
All right, who's going to take him down, Flowers?
Somebody's, I mean, the challenge is looking more scary now. Doing it once, all right, that's cool. Doing it twice, it's no longer a coincidence. These guys are dialed in.
Now you've got a pattern going.
Yeah, now unfortunately for anybody not wearing a Brazil jersey, this could be a problem.
Trying to cheat and see who's up next.
It's Team Japan should be up next, it looks like, in the green jerseys. We'll have to see if they can do something about it, because both times these rounds have lasted like 5 seconds. I thought at first it was because they threw too quickly in the round 1, but round 2, they both had their balls for Team China, and they just still got hit right away.
All right.
Ready. Lighter green team ready. All right, 3, 2, 1, dodgeball.
All right, Brazil versus Japan. First ball fired off, and it's a miss from Brazil. A chance for a team to finally fight back. I believe they hit the ground first. Nobody was eliminated yet.
Grab that ball.
Oh, the balls are flying, but not connecting enough just yet.
Over the line.
That's one elimination.
Over the line.
It's a first step over the line from Japan. That might be a penalty.
They're both stepped exactly over the line.
We got some refs
reset. I believe
reset for them.
I believe the first elimination was before stepping over the line, though, so they did take one respawn.
All right, we got a double penalty. Both players stepped over the line, eliminated.
Oh, they're both eliminated? That is a harsh penalty for stepping over the line. Both players eliminated. They didn't even have to get the double kill this time.
That is wild. The double step over the line simultaneously. You can see it right there. Right, Gene's foot farther forward. Seattle
That's synergy.
Still over the line too. And unfortunately for Team Japan, that is rough. Avali now has made her way onto the stage to interview the ref.
Ref, what kind of call was that? You said both of them stepped over the line?
Yeah, it's a tough decision, but that's what happened. Those are the rules, and that's what we have to do.
I have a lot of people in Twitch chat right now who disagree with this call, yelling, "Ref, what are you doing?"
Well, I have to say I disagree with them, too.
Hey, all right, really quick. Hey, P-Jack, how much are you paying the ref, man? You guys are winning way too fast.
It's just a skill.
Just skill?
Yeah.
Just skill and maybe a
And
Benjamin
lucky.
Franklin.
And lucky.
Okay, a little bit of that too. All right, we'll see if this skill and luck keeps up. Back to you guys.
Well, they were definitely over the line.
Yeah, I saw two shoes well over the line.
That replay made it very clear there was no bribery involved for that one. I will say all the competitors should take note, though, of how aggressively the refs will call this one. It was very quick to say both eliminated, so watch your feet.
I was not surprised at the call. They were clearly both over the line. I was surprised at the punishment for stepping on the line.
Yeah.
Is that you're eliminated.
I thought it was going to be enemy player gets respawned for free, and so, your first elimination doesn't count. But no, the very harsh penalties.
Let's keep it going. North America currently
All right, boys.
last place trying to take down the Titans,
3,
Brazil.
2,
Let's
1,
see if
dodgeball.
number 8 in A can find some vengeance here.
Meteos with a block. Scar
Oh,
with a
nice
catch.
catch. Scar got a catch. That's an elimination. Scar and Meteos might just be able to save the day right now. Oh, but they both shoot between the legs. Juke seems to be trying to call for some sort of an over-the-line penalty. Scar is not going to have it. Juke runs up. Scar
That hit the ground?
I believe
It was off the ground. It was off the
it
ground.
was off the ground. Okay. Oh,
Okay.
Scar going for another shot, but he ain't quite going to find it
They
yet.
got the respawn.
The respawn occurs. 2v2 again. Here on the board.
The diving
Scar
shot
got tagged.
hits.
Scar got tagged. Meteos has to try to stay alive now. It's over.
Oh,
North
another
America
double kill.
taken out as Brazil gets another one. That is 4 in a row in Brazil's trophy case.
They can't be stopped. Right now, Brazil on top of the world.
Brazil is absolutely dominating. This was the closest run that they got for their money. They were able to take a couple out, had to go back and forth with the respawns, but unfortunately, Team America not able to pick up any points, going to stay in last place so far. You can see the exhaustion starting to take a toll on Team Brazil, round after round that they're winning.
Yeah, Scar had a catch to start it out, but then the jumping shot caught him in the leg, and Meteos immediately got shot afterwards. Scar didn't have time to respawn.
Unfortunate for Team North America. It looked like they might have had a real shot there, but Team Brazil remains on top. These guys have proved themselves to be absolutely ferocious in the dodgeball arena, but it does bring up an interesting point. How much is the fatigue going to start to affect them? Everybody else has played one round. They're now entering into their 5th.
Definitely looks like it's starting to take a toll. We have Team Korea up next. GPT looks like he's had time to recover after the endurance challenge. We'll see if they can finally topple Brazil here. Looks like we'll be getting into it any second now.
Are you guys good on the rules? Remember, you have 2 respawns each. You guys good? All right, yellow team ready. Green team ready. 3, 2, 1, dodgeball.
All right, all 4 players armed and ready. First shot from Brazil misses.
All right, GPT in control now. Nope. They're
aiming
going for him.
They're focusing on him. They're looking at GPT as the greater threat, but then they immediately switch the aggro. Back over to Yimsun B.
Respawn.
She's got to get back into the respawn box now.
They got GPT at the same time. Another double kill.
Another double kill for Brazil.
The strategies is too good.
I mean,
instantly double kill.
They're not even going to get too tired if they keep eliminating teams this quickly.
Brazil is just built different when it comes to dodgeball, man.
It does look like they're getting a little tired, though, already on the ground here.
I'll also say it seems like Jukes was lying when he was like, oh, yeah, we only play soccer. We definitely...
That or maybe the skills translate more than we thought they might have. All right, it looks like now we're going to see if Team LATAM.
I want to see the replay first.
Team Brazil, but
here's number one. But the second one I didn't see was GPT.
GPT was looking over. Had he already been eliminated first? Did he get hit?
Yeah, the ball was thrown at this. Wait, where's the hit on him?
We'll see if we can get the replay of the hit on GPT then.
Yeah, the hit on him must have been first because no.
Okay,
all right.
It was before.
It's being confirmed in my ear right now that GPT did get hit first. Then Yimsun B after. All right, it looks like we're about to head into the next one. Brazil versus LATAM.
Are you guys good with the rules? You have 2 respawns each. You guys good? All right, team ready? Team ready. 3, 2, 1, dodgeball.
All right, both the teams are armed. First shot fires off, but a misses from Brazil. It's a catch from Brazil. A follow-up shot doesn't immediately connect. The bullets are flying here.
It's all on Cameraman.
Oh, was that over the line?
It looked like it.
Is that a penalty elimination? It might. Refs are calling it. Refs are calling it over, it looks like, from the over-the-line penalty.
Brazil's so knowledgeable about the rules now, they're going to explain the rules to the other team.
Like, hey, they know the game better than anyone at this point.
Yep.
You can see the distress there. It looks like, okay, I've been informed we're going to run this one back.
Ooh, that was a really
that's really close.
Aww.
Looks like her toe was right on the line.
Ooh, that was.
It looks like we're gonna redo it.
Okay. I was gonna say that was really close.
Let's see if we can zoom in a little bit.
Oh, it is.
It's just, right on the line.
Just barely.
It's right on the line there. About halfway over the width of the tape. You couldn't get much closer to dead center.
Is it the red line or the white line? Because that was close.
Yeah, I'm not sure, Mark, because you've got the red on the sides, the white in the very middle there. So it looked like it was just dead center.
The eagle eye refs here. I love it. Right there. We can pinpoint the frame. Touching center.
I'm fine with the call to go again.
Yeah. All right, here we go. LATAM with another chance.
All right, let's try it.
14 ready. 3, 2, 1, dodgeball.
Oh, first shot's a direct connect. Into the respawn pit she goes. All right, tagged back in. Oh, another knockout. She's got to get into the respawn pit before her teammate can bring her back.
Looks like it's
might just already be over.
I think it's already over. I think there was a ball caught and another person hit before they could get back to the respawn.
Oh, it must have been another catch. Okay. Well, with LATAM's elimination, Brazil has almost completed
All right, time
the
to take
World
bets
Tour.
here. Time to take bets. Who's betting on Brazil to go undefeated the entire round?
They are absolutely smurfing it now. They're going to have to go up against Europe to see if they can finally topple the Titans or if Brazil's just going to run this one. Toss him back down to Ovley now. Standing by.
Tromba, you've just watched Brazil beat every single team besides you. It's all coming down to this. Can you take down Brazil?
Just let me 20 seconds.
20-second game. Kesha.
From now on. From now.
From now? Oh, in that case, I'm getting out of the ring. Guys, let's start this game.
All right, you heard him call a shot there 20 seconds from now. I don't know if anyone's counting down, but the ref's trying to start the game to make sure we can hit this timer.
All right, copy. All right, is green team ready? Red team ready? 3, 2, 1, dodgeball.
All right, Tromba saying they're going to win it before the clock hits 110.
Oh, can't hit the catch there either. I hear the whistle already.
Is it done?
Instud.
It may just be over. Tromba tried to go for the grounded catch, but it did not work. There was too much velocity from Brazil.
Europe tried to rush them. They got their shots out real quick, but both missed and then instantly got hit.
I think he was right about the 20 seconds. It's just the wrong team winning.
Look at the clock. Look at the clock. 1:10:09. Just shy of 20 seconds, but it was Brazil doing the cleanup here.
Look at the pump fake.
Pump fakes.
Jukes with 7 jukes right there.
Jukes with the jukes. Brazil, 1 juke for every win that Brazil got here in this round. They have made a clean sweep out of every other region and earned themselves, this is not a typo, 21 points. Everybody else got 0.
Honestly, they could take a rest for the next round and still make it through to the arena.
That is incredible. What a showing.
All right, that's absolutely stunning performance from Brazil. We're going to head down to Ovly, who I assume has an interview with the victorious team.
Yeah, Mark, I guess that you could say that. You call them the victorious team. You could call them the absolute destroyers, the dodgeball overlords. Jukes, did you lie to me when you said that you've never played dodgeball?
No, I swear to God, I'm better at football.
I'm scared to see you playing football. Now, P-Jack, you just beat every single region here, and it looked like none of them even made you guys work up that much of a sweat. So what did you think about that round?
Not a sweat. Look at me. I'm dying here.
I meant mentally, man.
The teams are good, yeah.
Now, from this, are you nervous about going into our final challenge of the day?
No, just bring it.
Just bring it? All right, well then I guess it looks like...
Brasil! Aqui é Brasil, vambora, porra!
Let's go, let's go.
All right, well, let's go. It's back up to you guys while these guys towel off.
All right, thank you all. I think we said we had one more match, if I heard production correctly. There should be 8 total. It sounds like there might be a second round coming between one of these matchups. We'll see. One more and then second round. So I think it's Brazil versus Team APAC, if I heard that correctly from production. So one more round to get more points for Brazil.
So here's where I think why this seems a little confusing is because it was normally intended to be 8 rounds, assuming teams would be trading spots. Brazil's problem, they can't also play against Brazil, but nobody else has been able to dethrone them. So now they're going to go back up against their opponents from the first round here in Team APAC.
All right, it looks like Razzie is going to get another chance to save his career.
Yes.
He said if they lose, then he's going to have to quit. So if they can win this one, then they'll technically be 1-1 with Brazil and save it.
And they'll stop Brazil from racking up more points. That nice little standings graphic from earlier, that thing, all you have to do is take 1 red marker, scratch out Brazil's score, add 21. The rest are the same.
Yeah, and they shoot straight up into first place. Here's a highlight reel of Brazil's greatest hits, Flowers.
Brazil's greatest hits, and they just connect most often in pairs.
They do. That was a strategy right from the beginning. Looks like these two really coordinated. They got a lot of double kills. Had to get a little bit of help with some of the line steps on some of them, but absolutely annihilated the competition.
Good.
Some of them too, they changed the strategy to both go for the same person first.
Yeah.
Make it harder to dodge.
I also like the variance in where they're aiming on their opponents. You saw a couple of leg shots there, a couple of chest shots, just betting I can throw the ball fast enough that he won't catch it. Lots of good decisions being made here from Brazil that have earned them lots and lots of points here in the accuracy challenge.
All right, looks like we're getting ready for the final match. I believe this will be in the accuracy challenge.
Black team ready. It's okay. Leave it, leave it. 3, 2, 1, dodgeball.
All right, Stanley and Razzie Binks. We already got a whistle. He's already out. Stanley's already out. Got to buy time to respawn.
He's got to get to the respawn pit. Save him, Razzie. Save him, Razzie. All right, he's spawned back in. Dodgeball dodged. Nice job. Razzie might be able to fire back now. Brazil has no ammo. Stanley goes for a shot. Ain't going to find it. Jukes with some nice jukes getting away from the aggro. And he dodges 2 more. Brazil's ready for the counterattack. And Stanley is down. Razzie tries to fire, but no dice. P-Jack shoots back. And it's another sweep for Brazil.
Wow, that one actually had some competition to it. Some back and forth, some attempts there made. But Brazil still defends their title undefeated, even with a rematch.
24 points in the accuracy challenge for the representatives from Brazil. Absolutely smurfing on everybody.
Insane performance out of Brazil. Looks like they're calling it themselves that they need a little break. Undefeated, 24 points in their back pocket. I think if Flowers' math was right and they started with 15 at this round, that puts them all the way up to 39 points, with China being closest at 19, 20-point lead.
I feel like we should start the next round as quick as possible to have some sort of comeback mechanic for the other teams. Try to keep Brazil tired, or else it's going to be a wash.
Yeah, if you're not wearing a Brazil jersey right now, you're sweating a little bit after that one. I mean, just the sheer point value alone, 24. Going back to what Mark just said, in round number 1, the highest amount of points earned was just 19. Brazil's dunking on them now.
It's also pretty bad news for the teams who are already at the bottom because they didn't get to make up any points.
Right.
They didn't get to make up any ground. So North America and LATAM both still have a lot of work to do to get back into this.
It's going to be very hard. We'll see when we finally get the tabulated scores on screen. Here they are, perfectly like we said. 41 G's for Brazil, 19 for China in second place, 18 for Europe.
We even underestimated how many points Brazil had. It was 41, 19, less than half of the leader score there for Team China in number 2. Team Europe right behind them with 18. Following them up is Team Korea at 15. Team Asia Pacific right on their tail at 14 points. Team Japan with 11. Team Latin America with 9. And Team North America rounding out the rear there with only 5 points to their name.
All right, so we have some more dodgeball actually coming your way. It's Team China versus Team Japan. So we're going to keep going with this. Brazil has completed their World's Tour. They beat everyone. So we'll continue to play a couple more rounds, but getting some new faces in the arena.
Okay.
Getting some stretches in here.
Gotta make sure you're limbered up, ready to go.
Ready to
Green
dodge.
team ready.
Dodge, duck, dip, dive, and dodge.
2, 1, dodgeball.
All right, Japan versus China. China fires off. No dice here for the first shot.
I heard a whistle.
Yeah, it looks like Icon's been eliminated.
That's both.
Iris is now down 2, I believe. That's the end of the game. Raijin and Xiaoru finding the 2v2 win nice and clean.
All right, conspiracy theory. It was just that side of the court.
That side?
Japan is now on that side of the court, and they instantly double kill.
Are you saying you're predicting Japan to now also do the world tour?
Yes. That's all the evidence I need.
Even if Brazil comes in on the other side of the arena.
Riot, please. Blue side OP. Left side OP.
All right, speaking of blue, though, it's North America stepping back onto the rift.
Let's see it. Skara had a catch versus Brazil. A fairly competitive round. Let's see what they can do here.
Everybody just getting ready.
So contestants clarifying the rules on the respawn. You have to make it to your box, and your teammate hits that little light on the other side of the arena, that yellow thing. When you tap that, that will cause the respawn.
3, 2, 1, dodgeball.
Makes it dangerous, though, because your opponents know you're going to be going for the light. They know where to aim, and they aim
down.
dead center at Skara.
That's
But
a catch.
Meteos with a nice catch. It's an elimination back. I believe we've got a 1v1 now. Oh, but it might have been an over the line for Japan. Oh, and Meteos gets it after the timer cheap shot onto Raijin.
Toxic jungler here gets another one in. Meteos taunting, but that's a dub for NA.
North America picking up 3 points when they really needed them. You love to see it.
Much needed points there for North America. My critical question, do they get to switch sides to the other side?
Side select. Wait, yeah.
Oh, we're staying on this side. All right, see if we got some replays here. So, first one, Scar was already hit, then Meteos had to take care of it. Was that a it must have just been a deflection then.
Yeah.
And then he was over the line, so it doesn't matter.
Yeah, Skara was hit. Meteos
And then
popped
Meteos
the ball,
goes-
and then
Meteos goes-
immediately BMs. Meteos flashing emotes as the Nexus explodes. But now Team Korea stepping up.
Blue team ready. Yellow team ready. 3, 2, 1, dodgeball.
All right, watch GPT. Did win an endurance round. Oh, Meteos got him though.
Nice shot. Oh!
Meteos
is that it? Did Meteos just 2v1? Beautifully done from the North American representatives. They'll take their second win in a row.
Don't call it a comeback. Team America slowly grabbing some points. We got Obley standing by.
America just beat Korea in international competition. Meteos at your hand, the 2v1. How does it all feel?
It feels good to win. If you go back and look at our first game, I got called out when I was not out. So it's a little vindication.
Which ref called you out?
I don't know.
Which one of you called him out? Do you want to challenge this call right now? I would be worried in the next game. I think he's going to say you stepped over the line when you didn't. Are you worried about that?
There's a lot of lines on this thing. I guess I could step on one of them.
All right, we're going to see what happens here, but Scar, I'm going to come to you too. Man, I did not expect you to play dodgeball this well, but something's coming out of you. I see like a death glare in your eyes. Do you think that you're going to pull off another Team Brazil?
No, but he will. I got him.
And you know what? That is sportsmanship at its finest. That's what NA does best here. Back to you guys up at the desk.
Thank you very much, Ovely. Flowers, Kobe, I'm starting to believe a little bit in that North American magic. I don't know.
Careful. Don't do that. Don't do that.
Don't believe?
Don't
Okay, sorry.
Let's bring it down. Everybody calm down here. They are in a bit of a roll, though. Meteos definitely fired up. You can tell a little chip on his shoulder from the previous call. Use that as fuel, okay? Use that as fuel. The competition here, keep it going.
Some drama behind the scenes. Skara also abiding by what you're talking about, the teachings of NA, not too much faith here. He doesn't believe in himself, but he believes in his teammate.
Honestly, know when to get carried, Flowers.
I mean, this is what Skara is so good at after all that time on offline TV. They're always doing variety challenges. He's learned how to adapt and work with his team.
Well, they got to keep it up here. It's real nice. They've won these last 2 rounds. It's done more than double their overall point total, up to 11 now from the previous 5.
That's a little sad.
But we need more.
That's some flame.
We need more. That ain't some flame. That's some truth. Truth can't flame you. It's the truth. And the truth is, North America needs to keep this rolling if they want to have a chance. Now, they're going up against Team LatAm.
3, 2, 1, dodgeball.
All right.
Oh, immediate fast fire from LatAm, but no results from it. Everybody's still alive for now. Meteos with a good catch. Oh, and a double shot. No. North America gets 3 in a row.
That's why the catches are so powerful. You can eliminate one person, and then you double throw at the second person.
Oh, no, she's down. Oh, no. She's got to try to resuscitate her teammate. Team LatAm dropping in that one. Unfortunately for them, Team North America now overtaking them in the standings.
Yep. Nuvia trying to be the medic, but it isn't enough. Here it is. Catch.
Oh, she lost the ball.
Yeah, drop the ball and then instant double throw from the NA.
A catch into a drop into a double shot. That sequence of events is just hard to outplay.
Honestly, we've seen this mode has the most momentum of any of the modes.
Yeah.
And that's saying something because the first mode was actually all momentum.
You know what I just realized? Team North America is now the second longest winning streak here in the second round.
Let's
Team
go.
NA putting some numbers up over here in Los Angeles.
Now we have one of the oldest grudge matches in international competition, EU versus NA, coming up next.
Oh. And we know that EU wants to play this aggressively based on how they did it against Brazil. So let's see it here. Immediately starting off, Meteos and Skara both fire and miss. Kesha with a shot back onto Meteos for the first elim. Skara hit immediately after, and it's Europe to stop the North American victory spree.
Classic. North America on a roll, instantly gets stopped by Europe, and the trash talk begins.
This must be the dodgeball equivalent of international tiebreakers, man. It's
I was going there,
kryptonite.
Oh, I was going the same place. Unfortunate. It looks like we have Ovely standing by with the EU representatives.
Yeah, thanks, guys. I do have Kesha down here with me right now, EU representative beating North America, which I have no bias or unbiased problem with. But Kesha, how are you able to pull off that win?
Honestly, they both fell off like 10 years ago. It wasn't really hard. They both peaked like season 3. I was watching them when I come home from school now. I mean, this is no challenge.
I'm gonna stop talking to you before I start crying, but one thing was, you came to me and told me today that you were just gonna wipe the floor with NA. You wanted EU to reign supreme, but your teammate was also talking a little bit of trash and then got wiped out in 20 seconds, so...
I mean...
EU can bleed?
Don't hate the player, hate the game, okay?
All right, I'm just gonna say something. Go ahead and look across the field and see who you're playing right now. Can the camera see that as well?
They're going down, don't worry. I didn't travel across the world to lose, okay? I'm a fucking winner.
He's a winner, he didn't say anything. He's banned, back to you guys, banned.
You can hear how excited they are to get their rematch versus Brazil. Getting a little fired up there. We'll see if they can do it.
That was just the accent, you know?
Yeah, he's passionate about the moment. These new players, they got to keep it snowballing, you know what I mean? Let's see if they can keep this going up against Brazil, who are back in the arena after going 8 in a row.
All right, Brazil's back. Let's see. They've had a little bit of a rest, too.
They're also on red side now. It's time to test your theory, Kobe.
3, 2, 1, dodgeball.
Oh, first shot misses. Second shot back from EU. Not going to find the mark here just yet. P-Jack trying to dodge, jump away from these. Jukes with a nice juke of his own. Kesha falls to the ground and doesn't make the catch. Can his teammate bring him back to life?
I heard a whistle. I heard the whistle. Is that it? It's over.
Is it done? Hold on. Oh, no. Refs are conferring.
I think it's over. I saw Brazil with the second hit.
Yeah, it looks like it might have tagged his feet there. Refs are conferring.
Looks like it's a ground versus foot first type of conversation.
Might be getting some replays from the truck outside. We'll see if the producers are chiming in, trying to help them. You can see the teams themselves discussing it. Here's a replay to see.
Okay.
Ooh, it's close. No, that's ground. That's ground.
That's a ground ball.
That hit the
That's
floor.
a ground ball.
Hit the floor.
Looks like we'll have to see if they're going to reset and start 2v1 or how they do it.
Look how close he is to the line, too. The foot was pretty close to the line.
That's really close, but
all right.
We're going to run it back. All right. Running it back.
You can see how important it is to kind of push the pace there, make sure they don't have the chance to push the button and get their teammates to respawn.
Yeah, the respawn button really is the opportunity for the opponents to go for the kill shot. You know where the guy's going to be standing. He has to use one arm just to revive the teammate. That's when you can go for it if you got that timing.
All about the early pressure here. First shot
All right,
matters a
green
lot.
team ready. Red team ready. 3, 2, 1, dodgeball.
Oh, immediately starting off with a couple of shots, and Kesha takes out Jukes. P-Jack ready to bring him back as they try to fire off into him. That might have been a catch. No, P-Jack eliminated instead. Now they're going to try to save him with Jukes, but no, I believe that's it. Team Europe taunting and flaunting and daunting in the face of their opponents. They will be the first team in the accuracy competition to take down Brazil.
You can see the typical solo queue Nunu gameplay emoting after taking down Brazil. Love all around, though. First loss after 8 straight wins for Brazil. 9 straight, actually, because they earned their spot back. Or no, 8 only, you're right.
And it's Kesha who's getting the first shot here. Not even Trumba, the MMA fighter. Then they double target. It's a... Wait, it was that one instead of the first two?
Yeah, he dodged the first two after getting the respawn button press, and then looks like he just relaxed thinking that he was safe, but...
The dive for the floor.
Yeah.
You have to be careful about the balls.
Oh, no, wait, hold on. Looks like we might
Because I saw him, one went over the line.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, I believe Kesha's foot may have went over the line there. I believe it was after he shot. I don't know if that influences the rules or not. Are we running it back? Do we go again?
This salty run back potentially coming our way for a third time here.
Because Kesha was definitely over the line, but I don't think Trumba was. And Trumba was the one who got the last hit.
Oh, the refs seem to be emerging with a decision.
Penalty, running it back.
Double
penalty, running it back.
All right, the salty run back, 2 back.
Double
Let's do it again.
overtime here. What a matchup.
Europe and Brazil, some fierce competition here between these two.
A new rivalry is born.
You saw there, too. It was a very quick respawn.
Yeah.
But then even coming back from the respawn box, it's hard to get another ball and get to a safe spot.
Right. It seems to me that if your opponents are spread out here at the start, you aim for the guy that's closer to the respawn button, then he has a longer walk to the box, and the other guy also has to walk over.
3, 2, 1, dodgeball.
Let's see how they do it now. Round 3. Kesha dropping to the ground, trying to avoid some of those low shots. One flies out. I believe it was P-Jack. And that's the end. Kesha even taking a wide, even-footed stance right in front of the line to not step over it.
That was definitely a double kill.
The refs are once again consulting.
Want another line? We couldn't see Kesha's feet.
I don't know. Was the first ball blocked? I couldn't tell. Because usually one thing that happens is If a ball gets blocked, it becomes a dead ball unless you want to catch it. I don't know if you guys play by that rules, but back in gym class for me, if someone blocked it and it hit your teammate, it was a dead ball, which I don't know.
Europe wins that confirmed. We just got it confirmed. EU, after 3 attempts to get it done, will be the first team to officially beat Brazil head-to-head in the dodgeball competition.
It takes a lot to take Brazil down, but they finally did it.
Yes, they got it done through multiple layers of armor.
It does not do much to dissuade the refs in the pockets of the Brazil players' allegations that it took 3 rounds of beating them for EU to finally pick up the 3 points.
Brazil still standing tall overall in this event as the top point earners. But Europe now looking for a chance to give themselves a couple more points before we go on to the 3rd game. They're back up against Team Asia Pacific. Let's see how it goes.
Dodgeball.
Stanley misses that first shot. Oh, but both European shots miss. Razzie wants to go in and find a counterattack. We got a whistle.
Catches out.
Stanley going for it. Trumba, he goes for the respawn. Oh, but Trumba may be down. That might just be it. Team Asia Pacific will end Europe's reign early.
And Razzie Binks popping off, getting the dub.
Razzie's got to be happy about that one. He might not have to leave early now. Career saved. We're going to toss it down to Ovely now, who's standing by for another interview.
Razzie, we saw the energy coming off of you after that win, especially after the first kind of loss for you in round 1. This one has got to feel good.
Oh, yeah. He definitely doesn't win those!
Absolutely doesn't, but you do. And what can you say for your teammate Stanley over there? He's over there.
Shout out to Stanley for holding out. He's a big man and he's strong as hell. I'll see you in the arena.
Strong as heck is what he says. Back to you guys.
Thank you very much, Ovely. Great showing out Team APAC there. You can see the miscommunication out of Europe, bumping into each other as they're trying to come back to life. Just typical, not on the same page.
Unlucky for Team EU to not be able to get any more points than that, but they still will take just the moral victory of being the only ones to beat Brazil in the head-to-head. They got a couple of points. They were towards the top of the standings after round number 1, and only one head-to-head remains in the dodgeball round now.
Yeah, they got the wins that matter. They beat Brazil, and they beat North America for the rivalry, too.
We don't talk about that one.
Well, the important thing about beating Brazil, too, is stopping them from going on another run and collecting more points, keeping them within striking distance, because this is still only halfway through, ultimately, the amount of points that we're going to be giving out tonight. Because remember, there's another challenge after this, the strength challenge, as well as the actual arena mode. So I don't think Brazil is beyond catching, and it was very important that they did not go on another run there. As you can see, 3 points available for every single win. 8 in a row to start out for Brazil, got them 24 points. But they've been able to be stopped this time by Europe. Europe's grabbed 2 straight wins now, I believe. 6 points more for them. We'll see how many more they can get. Next opponent, or excuse me, they got stopped by APAC. So now APAC's going up against Team China.
Yes, and I do believe this is the final head-to-head that we're going to have for this stage of the competition. So let's see if Team China can get a win or if Team APAC going to put on a couple more points here. Razzie Binks with some nice moves. Oh, Icon taken out. He's got to try to get back to that respawn platform so Iris can bring him back.
He wasn't in
the spawn platform.
Does it count? I think they're letting him have that elimination.
They might just let him have it. Stanley's bringing Razzie Binks back.
Icon jumps over the ball. Dodges, Iris gets hit.
Oh, Icon, I believe that was another dodge. Oh, that time they got him. Team Asia Pacific, they're gonna take it and end round 2 on a dub.
Both teams using their respawn there, but Team Asia Pacific coming up clutch at the end. Icon was not able to rally it out. The dive was hit while he was down.
That's okay. China had a lot of points from the first round that we had, so strong stuff from them still. Asia Pacific, though, getting the late wins in the dodgeball. This is the one they really wanted to win, too, for pride.
Absolutely, and because of the fact that it wasn't just Brazil running the table in the second half of the round 2 competition, I'm very interested in seeing what our results end up looking like now. Obviously, Brazil will still be out in front by a pretty significant margin, but I know we're tabulating those behind the scenes right now. As soon as those are done, I'm curious where everybody's going to shake out, because there's still a couple of teams that ended round 2 without getting any extra points. There's a few that got a couple here and there, but then you had some, like Europe got a few, North America got quite a few there. I want to see where everything's at.
And the strength challenge coming up might just be the toughest challenge that we have here tonight.
Exactly. We were talking earlier about how challenge number 1 tested your legs, challenge number 2 tested your arms. Now you've been tested on all 4 limbs, and now you got to fight. This is going to be awesome.
Yeah, we got some jousting coming up, and while we're tabulating our results for both our accuracy and endurance challenges, in the meantime, we're going to head down to Ovly, has both Mortdog and Scipione ready with some special information.
Thank you so much, Mark. Here with me, I've got Mortdog and Michael Scipione, aka Skip, to share some more about Soul Fighter in TFT. But before we get into that, guys, we just saw some crazy dodgeball action. I saw you cheering in the corner over there. Who were you cheering for?
I mean, I was hoping NA would do a little bit better, but they got a few points, so we'll take it. A lot of domination there from Brazil, it looked like. So,
what I will say is we did see North America, and specifically Meteos from North America, take down Korea. So that has to feel good as an NA fan, yes?
Yeah, it definitely felt good. So.
And who are you cheering for, Skip?
I'm here for NA, of course. Got cheer for the home team.
I love this. We need to have some hope, some optimism for NA, because if we need them to show up anywhere, it should be here. But Mort, let's talk a little bit about TFT, because as I understand it, we have a lot of new changes and new updates coming to it.
Yeah, for the Soul Fighter event, we have a new mode coming out called Soul Brawl, which is a little different than normal TFT, because this time you don't have health, you have soul power that you'll be gaining. And so you can try to beat people, gain that soul power, use it in the training phase. You'll never get knocked out until the tournament phase. Once you hit the tournament phase, it becomes like a fighting game tournament where it's like best of 3. And so if you win that best of 3, you move on. If you don't, you're knocked out. So it's all about prepping until then. And so there's some other cool features as well.
Yeah, so what would be a Soul Fighter event without some Soul Fighters? We've got Soul Fighter Gwen and Soul Fighter Set will show up in the mode. When you gather Soul Power, they'll give you prizes. Pretty cool. And you can wear the Soul Crown. This is an item that's only in the mode. It allows you to power up one of your units, and they get more traits. And when you go to the tournament, just like you are ready for the finals, so is a Soul Crown. It will morph into its last form, and it will revive your unit.
No, that's basically it. Like I said, a lot of cool ways you can play it. I personally like playing open fort, get a lot of the gold up, and then make a big comeback at the end. But yeah, definitely check it out.
Listen, all you had to say for me was that I'm not going to die immediately in the first round, and that you're adding a little bit more of Soul Fighter Set. So I am very excited for that. Mortdog, Skip, thank you so much from the DFD team. And that is it for us right down here. So Mark, it's back up to you.
I'm so excited. Thank you very much, Ovly. The Chibi Gwen for the Little Legend looks super cute. It's just cool to see Soul Fighter being used across all Riot's games, basically. But during that time, we were able to tabulate all the results for our accuracy challenge as well as our endurance challenge. So let's go ahead, look at how everything's shaking out. Here is the leaderboards, as we all kind of knew. Brazil taking first place. North America all the way up to second.
Wowee, North America jumping up into second place after getting, 4 or 5 wins there. That is 12, 15 points. Asia Pacific in third, Europe in fourth, Japan in fifth, China dropping down to 6th place from first after the first round. Korea in 7th, and LATAM rounding us out at 8th. You can see the overall scores. It's still Brazil out in front at 41.
I see a couple little discrepancies between the two graphics. I'm going to think that this one is the more correct one, given that China was at 19, North America at 15. We'll see if we can get these to agree, but I think this is the more accurate of the two.
Yeah, I like the one that says NA's at number 2. I've been a League of Legends fan for a long time. We don't get to see those nearly enough.
That one looked pretty good to me.
I like the first graphic more, but I think this one is sadly more accurate, unfortunately. So right now you have Europe in second place, actually, and then Team Asia Pacific in third, China in fourth. But that's all for this challenge. We have one more left to go. We're going to be taking a quick break to get our strength challenge ready. Down there, you can see everyone turning it over. And while we go to break, in the meantime, we're going to take a quick look at some Soul Fighter action, which is coming out for League of Legends in July 20th.
We're live from the arena of the Shattered Beast to get a closer look at some of our clashing contenders. This live view is courtesy of our mysteriously benevolent host, Diego. And it seems like he's itching to fight in the ring himself. I certainly can't blame him. Our lineup is fierce, starting with our headliner. You might know her, you might have heard of her, but you've definitely seen her slashing up the stadium floor. Samira, weapons master and renowned bounty hunter. She's up against some tough competition. Set, bare fist brawler extraordinaire. Jin, equipped with a powerful arsenal of firepower. And our first ever dog contestant, very sharp dog contestant. Here at the arena, we got everything a soul-powered fan needs. Fast-paced, crazy gameplay, even crazier augmented action, and more. It's no wonder everyone wants a taste. Remember, this is limited time only. If you need a refresher, today's lineup schedule is chock full of knuckle-busting action from your faves. Just remember to get your prestige up if you want to train with someone like Pike or Shaco. Be careful, they are armed and most are dangerous.
Love the visuals from those. Welcome back, everyone. We are setting up for our third challenge. And just as a clarification on the rules, if people did not understand, all these challenges are leading up to help pick a final four, which will then all compete in the arena 2v2v2v2. So, again, all these points, even though Brazil is very far ahead. What am I doing with the ball, you're asking? Well, our next challenge is the strength challenge, which is jousting. And in the off chance it's taking people too long to actually win, I will be contributing from the arena up here and throwing balls at people to try and knock them off. So
I want a ball!
We'll see if we can get you guys some balls. I would think there's enough extra dodgeballs just rolling around the arena. We'll see if we can get some up to Flowers and Kobe. Here's some footage of us trying it out, as you can see. Typical jousting stuff.
Yeah. I mean, this one was definitely one of the fun ones to practice with.
Yeah.
Because we actually get to knock each other.
Yeah, you actually get to bonk the other dude. But this is going to be a really fun competition, I think. I'm looking forward to it, especially after, like we were talking about at the end of the previous game. Oh, hey, now you got one too. Nice. Especially after...
There's a camera there.
It's awfully.
That could have been
I got you.
Chaos as expected anytime Obley is involved.
Let's not hit my monitor, otherwise I can't cast the show. But since it didn't hit the monitor, we're still in business. So, Mark, how's this one going to break down?
All right, let's take a look at this points. If you win a strength challenge, you get 8 points, and both you and your partner win, it's an extra 5. So there are a lot of points available, and if my math is correct, that's 16 total, plus the 5 gives you 21. So a pretty big push if you're able to win both rounds of the strength competition. The way we're going to do this, we are going to randomize our matchups to see who is fighting who. So match 1, GPT versus... Oh boy, these are interesting.
Okay, to be fair, I understand that doing a random matchup generator is a fair way of doing it, but because of just the difference in stature of some of our competitors, this could create some seriously tough matchups.
I mean, match number 1. We are starting it off with a banger.
Oh, yeah.
GPT versus Tromba. That is the fitness influencer versus the MMA fighter. Like, that's actually tier 1.
I think this is 2 of the baddest dudes, if not the 2 baddest dudes in the competition. Obley, what do you got?
What I've got is an arena filled with the 2 baddest dudes. As you said, I've got Korea's GPT right behind me, as well as EU's Tromba. Okay. Is this scary? It looks a little scary. How do you feel about this challenge?
I'm strong. It's very well. This challenging. Okay. I'm okay. My biceps. Woo!
I show mine.
So GPT, when you see Tromba, what do you think?
Oh, he is very strong. Strong man. Very speed. Very good spray. He's handsome.
Very handsome. Okay, let me go ask him what he thinks of you. Do you think he will say you're handsome too?
I don't understand. One more. Pardon?
One more time. Do you think that he thinks you're handsome?
I don't know.
We'll find out. Tromba. All right, now listen, when you look at your competitor over here, GPT, he was the one who won 2 of those initial stamina or endurance games, jumping up and ducking low. You are also doing a really great job with that. So what do you think about your competitor?
Yeah, he won. He won the first round. I won the third one. Yeah, so we won by whatever. Anyway, he's a big guy from Korea. I think that's gonna be so hard for me. And he's the baddest from all of the guys here. So let's go. Maybe
all right.
I'll have some luck. Maybe I'll have some great technique. Who knows?
Absolutely. And we're going to get right into that. So, guys, gear up and get up on the platforms. Back to you guys.
Thank you very much, Obley. It looks like the competitors are just about ready to go, getting up on those platforms, grabbing their, what are those, Q-tips? What do you call them? The jousting weapons?
Battle gear, Mark.
They're not Q-tips. Don't stick that in your ear. No headshots, by the way. If you hit the head, you're out.
All right, no headshots, but otherwise you got to be trying to knock your opponent off balance, knock him off of that platform, take the victory in the 1v1. It's not just about raw strength. Balance is going to be a lot here.
I'm sad because they already took away our balls from the dodgeballs. So they're going to have their teammates, it looks like, down there throwing the balls instead of us.
I still got 1 or 2, so I can contribute. It looks like the ref's going over the final rules, making sure, like you said, no headshots, all that stuff. You hear some clarifications, but looks like we're about ready to get into it.
All right, I love the fact that we're starting off with this matchup. I've been informed we're ready to go. Once the refs started up, we'll get underway with our first round of the strength competition.
All right, let's have a good, clean fight. Orange ready.
I feel like you want to get as low as possible here. Nice solid stance.
Red ready. 3, 2, 1.
All right. Starting off, just nobody committing to any big strikes just yet. A couple light pokes. Tromba trying to lean super far forward here. Tromba's the first one to have both feet leave his platform.
He really took the jousting name of the competition a little bit too far there, trying to joust onto the opponent's platform. and just loses balance.
Yeah.
1 foot way too far forward. He knows it as soon as it happens too.
Yeah, just falling forward there. Trumba ends up losing that one. That means GPT takes the dub.
Easy win for GPT there. Trumba just overextending. That's something every League of Legends player is familiar with, getting a little too aggro, inting, running it down. We see some clarification. He's looking like he wanted another chance, and they said
He's
no.
just like, nah, get out of here.
Yeah, 1 match and you're done.
Yeah, no best of 3 there. But remember, each team does have 2 players. That means that he does have another chance to get some points on the board with his team. If his teammate can get in there, it's 8 points per individual win. And if you manage to get a dub on both your guys, a bonus 5.
It also means that GPT doesn't get to stay up there. It's not King of the Hill this time either.
Yeah, he goes home too.
Fresh matchup.
Just 1 fight for each contestant, but it means that fight matters so much.
Exactly. It matters especially because all the teams are competing to have the most points available after all the games are completed, which will then seed them into the final arena mode played in League of Legends. So it's all just about making top 4, something TFT players can relate to. You just want to make top 4. That's all that really matters at this point. So trying to grab those points wherever they can get them.
We can see him in the background as well, getting ready. We have them positioned with extra balls too to try and help out. If it starts taking too long, teammates can start throwing. But
well, that first one definitely
did not take too long.
I feel like we'll probably see a couple more explosive matches like that, but I truly don't expect every one of our 1v1s to be over that quickly.
Yeah, I felt like we didn't even get a chance to get into the strategy at all because it ended so quickly. We were debating, is it better to like strike and swing or go for more pushes? You saw Trauma go for the push, but that can leave you off balance.
All right, LatAm getting in some hype.
Okay.
To get started.
So, big opportunity here for Yunsun B. If she can manage to get the win, that'll be a clean sweep for Team Korea. That's plus 21 points overall because you get the bonus 5.
We'll shoot them way up the standings if they're able to win both of these. Looks like we're ready to go. Ref's giving the last words.
Ready? 3, 2, 1.
All right, LatAm versus Korea. Let's see it.
Another jousting attempt, more poking.
A lot of players seem to like to start off with this strategy because it doesn't require you to commit too much. If you go for too big of a swing, you'll knock yourself off balance.
They're pretty far from each other too.
Yeah.
Not a lot of reach.
These are also 2 of our smaller stature competitors, so gonna struggle more with reach overall as an element in this 1v1.
Going a little side to side now.
Ooh, some leg aim coming out. Trying to go for that foundation. Rock the balance that way instead of just going for the strong hits on the upper body.
Going for the knees now. Taking out the knees. Take out the base.
Side to side, horizontal movements.
The balls might start to come in now.
Yeah, this one's going a lot more of the distance than the previous round did.
Both look pretty solid here defensively.
Yeah, neither one of them's willing to really overcommit like we saw in the previous match. Okay, hold on. Looks like we might have
yellow card.
Warning, yellow card.
Okay. Was that too close to the head?
Yeah, it looks like it bounced off.
Okay.
Yeah,
yellow
bounced
card
off,
for
hit the headshot. Yellow card. Warning, back into the action though.
Safety first, of course, with the helmets. They also have mouth guards.
Everybody's armored up for this one.
Yeah, it feels like both of them going for knee plays here.
I want to see him commit to a stronger shot. They've been poking around here, trying to soften the opponent up before the team fight, but it's time
here we
for
go.
and there it is.
Oh.
Team LatAm getting some points on this one.
8 points for Team LatAm, also denying Korea potentially the bonus 5 points if they had won both of them. So big win there.
Nicely done by them, especially considering they are one of those teams that's towards the bottom of the table, considering you need to have enough points to make top 4 to get into that final round of Soul Fighter at the end. Here's a replay, and there it was. Nice. She caught her opponent's weapon and used it to drag that weapon slightly and pull her off balance.
Yeah, nice sweep there from Nuvia to get her off. Gets the points. As we line up the next matchup here, Flowers. All right, so number 1, we already saw. The poking, I feel like that's not the strategy to go with. much better momentum here on the side to side.
The one thing they just got to worry about is over-committing to that. Trumba sort of showed us what can happen if you go in too far. Of course, this was too far on a poke, but when you're doing these large side-to-side movements that take more of your body with your shoulders and your hips, sometimes your opponent might be able to catch that one off
Fundamentals,
guard.
Flowers, fundamentals.
We got to have those fundamentals on, and it also comes down to who's the most tired after the first couple of games, too. I mean, you've already been through a lot so far here. It is the third competition of the day. So I'm excited to see our next head-to-head here.
Like you said, third competition of the day, last of the physical challenges. Remember, 8 points per win. If both you and your partner win, you get a bonus 5 points for 21 total. And again, if you make top 4, you will be moving on to the final round of Soul Fighter Arena Mode. There are also the first 2 rounds of Soul Fighter Arena Mode, which give points as well. So still plenty of game left to play to see who's actually going to make it into that final round. And I got to say, I think choking up as well, if you are on like the shorter end, you need more range, maybe you have to give more extension for your swings. Because both of them are holding it like kind of in the middle, you know?
I know one of the rules is you have to have both hands separated by that middle bar.
Oh, you can't choke. Oh, so you can't get baseball bat swings.
Yeah. I don't think you're allowed to go for a home run here, Mark. I don't think that's the play.
Okay, fair enough. This is why I'm not the one making the rules. I would get someone concussed pretty quickly. Looks like we have Aubrey actually standing by with an interview. Let's send it down to her.
Thanks, guys. I'm with Iris right now. She just got all geared up. Can you feel this?
Oh, yeah, for sure.
All right, now you got Kapperman and Ladam as your opponents right now, and they were able to just pull off a win. So are you a little nervous?
To be honest, we were first place in the first round, and we lost pretty bad in the second round. So this round, we're gonna win all this. I'm just kidding.
What do you mean you're just kidding?
Are we gonna win this? I don't know. Well, let's find it on the ground.
I don't know if you're gonna win with that kind of confidence. Let me go over to Kapperman here really fast. Girl, you look like you are ready to go.
Yes.
Tell me about your strategy coming into this. Do you think you can beat Iris?
Yo sé que, espero no sepa español porque voy a decir mi estrategia, que voy a esperar a que pierda el equilibrio y así le doy un golpezote y cae.
Absolutely. Back to you guys.
Couldn't have said it better myself. Thank you, Aubrey, for catching up with the competition. Looks like we'll be ready to go in just a second here. Both contestants are standing by on their pads.
I think it helps to have a teammate who has already competed in it as well.
Yeah.
To help give you some insight.
They can give you the hints, and they can also fire you up, because now you know that if you win, you're not just winning 8 points, you're winning 13 points. For Team LatAm, that sounds awesome.
They definitely need those bonus points here.
Let's have a good
Down at the bottom of the standings right now.
3, 2,
All right.
1.
Iris from Team China versus Kapperman from Team LatAm.
Okay.
Already starting off kind of fierce here. Some circular swings. I want to see him settle on either a stab or a strike.
I like both of them with the footwork, though. Pretty solid stance. They're taking up the maximum distance on their pads here.
Oh, okay. Trying to do a little bit of that catch the weapon strategy that we saw win the previous round.
Oh, the dodgeball's coming in.
The dodgeballs are flying now. Those could prove to be a difference maker here. Ooh, Iris's foundation looking a little shaky. Gonna have to watch those feet. Stay sturdy.
The back foot's getting pretty close to the edge of that pad, too.
Yeah, Iris's stance is very wide. You can see both her feet towards the edges of the platform. Kapperman was also being very defensive there as the dodgeballs were flying in. She doesn't want to overextend herself, then get hit by one of those and lose her balance for free. Again, just trying to wrestle with the weapons, see if they can catch somebody off guard, pull them off the platform.
Kapperman getting really far towards the front and changing footwork now.
Okay.
Right foot forward.
Wants to lead with the other side. Iris saying staunchly planted. Kapperman's stance isn't quite as wide. She's got a little bit more room to experiment with here.
You can tell they kind of want to jump over there now.
Yeah. Oh, Kapperman's looking a little wobbly now. Iris still having a strong enough stance here, staying rooted.
How many more of those dodgeballs we got? Let me get one of those.
You're gonna fire from up here in the caster station.
Should we throw one?
Mark, get it. They took ours away, Mark. You're the only one.
I'm the only one who has them?
Yeah.
Well, it's unfair because I'm closer to the LatAm side, so.
Sometimes life isn't fair.
Oh.
Sometimes life isn't fair.
A little bit of poke coming in there from Iris.
No, they don't need me.
Kapperman nearly fell off the front there. You can see both feet were right next to each other towards the edge of that platform.
Careful. A little bit of overconfidence can cost you, as we saw in the first matchup. Fire, Mark.
We've got the third person cam. Mark.
Oh, my. Oh.
Okay. Well,
why are they giving them to Mark? Give them to us.
All right, you talk a big game. Someone get some balls for Kobe. You can see what he does.
Okay.
Oh! Iris almost lost her weapon. That's serious trouble if that happens.
This is actually turning into an endurance challenge itself.
Yeah. Kapperman trying to find a couple of good strikes here. Poking towards that upper body. Not landing much. Iris doing a good job there blocking with the middle part of the weapon.
Kapperman going back to left foot forward, goofy footwork here. Okay, trying to switch it up.
Iris just swinging back and forth, trying to knock that weapon away. Oh, and finally, it's Kapperman with too much forward momentum, ends up stepping off of her own platform, and Iris, and that strong, wide stance the entire time, ends up taking the victory and getting 8 points for Team China.
We've had 2 self-knockouts here, jumping onto the opponent platform.
A long, hard-fought match. Looks like they ran out of gas. Iris staying strong longer, ends up winning as you can see the upper extension by Kapperman. 8 points, and also denying the double point win for the side of LATAM. So that means just 8 for each of them, as well as, again, trying to make just the top 4. Gives you the winner-take-all match of Soul Fighter at the very end of the day. You can see Flowers rejuvenating himself with the soul juice that we had.
I love me some soul juice, Mark. And I'm enjoying this competition here in round 3 as well. You could see it was the same thing that happened to Kapperman earlier on in the 1v1. The feet coming together really close, right at the edge of that platform. Last time she recovered it. This time, too much forward momentum, and she falls off the edge.
Yeah, also strong mental game from Iris. Much like League of Legends, you have to have a strong mental. Stay in the game. It's always winnable.
Games. Long solo queue games. Sounds like our next match is actually Meteos versus Kesha. So we're going to have the good old NA versus EU grudge match playing out yet again, this time in the Strength Challenge.
I love it, man. NA versus EU. Give me that all day, all night. I love the rivalry matchups. Meteos versus Kesha. Also just a couple of meme lords here going head-to-head in the strength competition.
Both of those 2 killed it in the dodgeball as well. Meteos with a lot of kill shots there for North America. Same for Kesha.
All right, let's toss it down to Avalie, see what she's got for us.
I'll tell you what I've got for you, Flowers. I've got the deciding match. Well, I mean, I guess for us in Twitch chat a little bit of who's better, NA or EU. Meteos, you're representing NA right now. Man, you are tall. How do you feel about going into this matchup up against Kesha?
Feel pretty good about it, you know. No big deal.
Now, he seems to have high energy, I guess you could say. Do you think that that's going to affect your strategy at all?
No, I don't think so.
All right, well, Kesha, you are ready to go. You're taking on Meteos. How do you feel about going into this match? Is that the opponent that you're going to take down?
Yes, whatever he's saying is delusional. I'm going to take him down. I'm going to knock him out.
Anything that you want to say for the NA fans who are saying that you can't?
I don't know. They're not going to like what they're going to say, I guess, if they're from NA. Because I'm going to take him down, okay? I promise. I promise.
All right, well, thank you so much, Kesha. Good luck, Meteos. Back to you guys.
Totally unbiased group of casters and interviewer here. Definitely not all rooting for Meteos. Definitely the crowd's not rooting for Meteos. In the home theater for North America and Los Angeles, you can see the ref giving the final rules before we kick this one off.
I'm ready for this one, man. You can see just the difference between the way the 2 are approaching the fight. Kesha is all fired up. Meteos, more calm, more cool, more collected. NA versus EU. Let's do it. Oh, Kesha's starting off ferocious. Meteos has him gripped. Kesha's down. 3 seconds and it's over. North America claims the win over Europe.
Kesha promised the knockout, but goes down in under 10 seconds.
Absolutely brutal. He wanted to go in fast. He wanted to go in fierce. And Meteos just stood there and pushed him right off.
Meteos, only a few words in the interview, but puts in the work.
There's those who talk the talk, and there's those who walk the walk. Meteos is the one doing the walking when the dust settles in this head-to-head.
All right, let's take a look at it, because they got right into it. Action-packed from the beginning. Meteos got his stick right in there. Hooked in between the body.
Exactly. The stick, the pad at the end was hooked in between the grip of Kesha's weapon and Kesha's body. It meant that as Meteos was pulling the weapon back, Kesha was going with it. His boat was getting rocked back and forth the whole time. He couldn't help but capsize.
I was still worried that Meteos was going to lean too far forward like we saw Tromba do just before, so the fact that that didn't happen stayed strong. Good base out of Meteos. Looking good for North America as the homers. Of course, we're very excited to see that. We'll see who's up next. Looks like we've got APAC versus Brazil.
All right.
Perhaps that graphic we saw earlier was prophetic. North America up in second. Let's get down there. They've got the action ready. If it takes too long, by the way, I'm ready to fire.
All right, it's Brazil versus Asia Pacific. We got Razzie Binks going up against...
All right, let's have a good
Who we got behind the helmet there? Is that Jukes?
3, 2,
Looks like Jukes to me.
All right, Razzie versus Jukes. Let's do it. All right, slower start than the previous matchup. Oh, Jukes is taking some interesting angles that we haven't seen before with the weapon here.
They're testing,
right, yeah,
testing the waters here. Couple of jabs, okay.
Just getting the feel for each other.
Find that range.
Oh, big shot. Big leg hit there.
A lot of quick swaps on the leg work, too. Look at that.
Yeah, Razzie's legs are all over the place. The first contestant to really be that wild with the footwork.
A wobbly, though.
Yeah, that's what you got to be careful for. When you're moving your legs around a lot like that, if somebody catches you out,
they're all smiles.
You're
all
done
smiles, though. They're having fun.
I mean, how could you not, man? Oh,
fancy.
Jukes is now doing some anime stuff.
Baton twirl.
He plays Jax.
Careful.
Well, he enters evasion, a defensive stance. Oh, Jukes! He goes too far forward. He's caught off balance, caught off guard, and Razzie Binks gets the points.
Razzie bringing home the points there. Pretty flashy play from him as well. Constant stance swapping here.
Yeah.
Got the biggest hit, I think, so far as well. A big leg shot to open this one up.
Yep.
Maybe that's why he lost balance. His legs were woozy after that.
A little bit too far forward there from Jukes on the swing. You can see it start right there. Razzie's going for the front leg. Jukes just comes too far forward.
He even accepts his fate. Arms wide open, falling backwards into the mat. He knew it was done there, but hey, for Team Asia Pacific, that one feels pretty good, man.
It's big, too, because you got to remember the people who won already with one teammate, if their next teammate can win, the bonus 5 points. North America had Meteos go already. If Scar can also get the win, they can get some bonus points. Same thing for Pacific.
All right, let's toss it back down to Avali again. Standing by with an interview.
Thanks, guys. I've got Jukes with me. Jukes, some interesting strategy that you were applying there. What was going on?
Rizzi is a great player, and it was good. It was good. It was really intense. We are at first, right? So he deserves it. He deserves it.
He deserves that win.
Yeah, it was nice. It was nice.
Okay, cool. Because I saw you throwing some eyes a little bit beforehand, kind of going like.
Not at all. He completely deserved it. I didn't throw at all. No.
And you would sign that by name?
Yeah, he's strong. He's really good. He-Man.
All right, okay. Well, thank you so much, Jukes, and back to you guys.
All right, you heard He-Man definitely giving up the points. Brazil feeling good that they were in first place. They already had 41 points. That meant that they were pretty likely going to make top 4, which is what gets you into the final event there at the end of the day. And I got to say, the He-Man comparison, not bad.
It's always easy to laugh off a loss if you're sitting in first place. Just look up at the scoreboard. That's all the comfort you need.
Exactly. Jukes put the down payment on this round in the previous round, getting all that dodgeball victory. But now we're about to head into our next one. And here it is, the second bout for North America, going up against the second bout for Brazil. It's 1 win for North America, 1 loss for Brazil. So that means that if PJack wins this, both teams will finish with the same amount of points at 8. From this round, but if Skara wins it, it'll be 21-0 for round 3 overall.
Has anyone gotten the full 21 yet, or has it been splits the whole way, right?
There has not been a single 21 yet. There's still some that could do it, but none have yet done so. Let's get into it. Skara versus PJack, North America versus Brazil.
Getting low here. I like it. Low center of gravity.
Skara Taking a defensive stance, just trying to knock P-Jack's weapon away every time P-Jack looks for something.
P-Jack a little jumpy there.
Yeah. Remember that Meteos beat a jumpier opponent by being sturdier. Oh, Scar with
nice
a mad back end. Oh, careful, no, Scar may have overcommitted, but instead, he just forces him to walk the plank. Scara will secure the first double win of this round of competition for North America and guarantee 21 points.
That is huge for the comeback. Out of the first event, North America was dead last with 5 points. But big comebacks here. Meteos in the dodgeball. Now Scar here follows it up in the strength competition. Look at that vicious backhand from him, swinging around, and he's able to stabilize.
Huge stuff out of Scar. Like you said, to be surging up the standings late in the competition. You could see there, nice way of targeting the weapon, knocking him off balance and pushing him off. Huge stuff, because also worth noting that both Meteos and Scara have played a lot of the actual Soul Fighter Arena event, which is something that they were talking beforehand about where they were going to make up most of their points.
More Meteos than Scar. Scar's played about like 4 hours of PvE. But I played with Meteos a couple of nights ago.
Yeah?
He's been spamming it, so I'm definitely confident in our league skills.
Well, look, boys, I'm big on style points. Why win if you're going to do it with Yumi? And same thing in real life. Why win if it ain't gonna look cool? Scar is holding the weapon out, making him walk the plank into the ocean there at the end. Not only is it the first 21-point victory for a region in this phase of the competition, it looks so damn cool.
Scar absolutely coming up clutch. We have a potential second person to grab 21 points. Stanley coming up for APAC. If he's able to win this one, he will be able to claim all 21 points for them.
All right, Asia Pacific, can they follow it up?
All right, Stanley from Team APAC versus Seattle from Team Japan. Let's do it. Stanley starting off aggressive here, going for a couple of pokes.
Ooh. Season 2 world champ here. Really far forward, though. Center of balance looks really far forward.
Stanley just not willing to go on the defensive at all. Just wants to keep that pressure up.
Yeah, going for the legs constantly, trying to wear down the knee.
Seattle trying to get back a couple of good hits of his own here. Also having to deflect all of these jabs from Stanley. Both men with a very far forward front foot.
Yeah, Stanley looks very precarious there. He wants to get the most out of an aggressive look.
Oh, Stanley's looking a little wobbly here. He's got to be careful about that aggro. Reposition and make sure you're balanced there on the platform. Seattle does have the back foot all the way towards the edge. You can see that foot position there, how it differs from Stanley's. He's leaning forward while also having the back foot with the extra distance to create a greater sense of balance. Now Stanley's seriously in some trouble.
Okay, he recenters. A little bit of a reset here.
Oh, Stanley, look at that, man. The front foot is halfway off the platform. One wrong hit, one little slip, and he could be taking a spill. Oh, but the dodgeballs are starting to fly now. Right, Gene gonna miss that one. All right, everybody's still cool for now.
My question is, do I get to throw yet?
I mean,
I'm waiting on the words from the ref.
Kobe's locked and loaded up here.
I'm ready to help.
Oh, the dodgeballs keep flying. Stanley staying so aggressive in this one, always leaning forward. Dodgeball connects there onto Seattle, but no use out of that one.
Oh, friendly fire a little bit.
Yeah, Raging Fire.
Oopsies.
Accidentally into his own teammate there. Oh.
Looks like they're getting a little winded here.
Yeah, these guys have been going the distance. Just trading even the whole game.
Turning this one into endurance as well. I'm just going to start throwing.
All right.
Light him up, Kobe.
The gym's in the way.
Oh.
It doesn't do anything to Stanley.
Couple of shots close to Stanley there, but no cigar. You can see he looks a little winded here.
They're giving balls to the refs now.
Remember that if Stanley wins this, it's 21 points total, but no! That's gonna be it. Seattle takes the win in the head-to-head of Team Japan versus Team APAC. That'll mean that Team APAC ends this round at 8 points total, going 1-1. Team Japan still having one to play. Could possibly be a 21-pointer for them.
All right, let's see if they can bring it home. That was a long one. Endurance test as well as a strength test. Constantly, both of them the whole time on legs. And then it's finally the backswing here. Kind of takes the lunge from Stanley, uses the momentum against him, pulls them right off. We've had more wins trying to get someone to come towards you off of their own platform than we have pushing them off.
It's got to be a Counter-Strike, man. You're using a Jax weapon. Play like Jax. Spin that thing. Well, don't literally spin it because Jukes tried that and it didn't work out.
Also, out of the rules.
Yeah, it definitely feels like either getting pushed off or leaning too far forward. It's a high-risk play, but that's usually how you end up winning. That's how Skara took the win, shoving him off at the very end. Very good stuff out of him. We have a couple more matches to go, I believe. One more match. China Icon versus Raijin is the final match of the day. Coming up in the strength competition at the very end of that, we'll check in on the points, see who is positioned well as we head into the arena portion. There are 2 more rounds of the arena Soul Fighter mode that will be played on the PC's League of Legends, and then all that seeds into the final round, winner takes all of the final match of arena mode. So as we get ready here, Raijin was able to watch his teammate play that one out. The slow and steady turtle takes the win.
Now, if I remember correctly, remember that Icon's teammate Iris played way earlier. Iris also got the win, did she not? So that means whoever wins here, it's a 21-point game. This will be the second team to get full points here in round 3.
3, 2, 1.
All right, let's rock and roll for the last round. Oh, Raijin already in trouble. Icon immediately ready to knock him off balance here, but now Icon steps too far forward. These guys are really going at it.
Kind of helps him reset there. Now got his balance back.
Okay, Raijin going for the feet here a little bit, trying to knock his opponent's foundation apart a bit. Wide stances from both competitors.
They're calming down a little bit.
See Icon getting some nice pulls, but Icon is pulled forward as he tries to push a little bit too far. That means Raijin's going to take the win, and Team Japan will join Team North America as one of the only 2 regions to secure the maximum amount of points.
Double win there for Team Japan. And again, keep cautioning against going too far forward, right off the front of the platform there. Nice job.
Nicely done there. Team Japan is going to love that one. This is a team that's been hanging out in the middle of the pack for most of the day in terms of the scoreboard, so you know they're going to love getting that maximum point value to boost them up going into the final parts of competition here with the Soul Fighter game mode.
It's a perfect time to make a push right when we go into the arena mode.
Yeah, we'll have to see. They're going to be calculating up the results, see exactly who is in what position. Might let you know who has to make the biggest lead there is. But while that is going on, while we're calculating and confirming with the referees, Obli is standing by with Michelle D'Antonio, ready to talk about some Legends of Runeterra goodness for Soul Fighter.
Hi, Mark. I am actually with Team Japan right now instead of Michelle, but we can get to her in just a second. I'm here with Team Raijin and Xiaoru after that win. Raijin, that looked difficult, but good job. How do you feel after that game?
いや、1000超えすぎて負けまくってたんで、これ勝ててめっちゃ嬉しいです。I'm so happy.
Happy? How about you, Xiaoru?
いや、すごく相手の方がもうなかなか倒れなくて、押しても全くびくともしなかったんで、スタミナ系でなんとかなって勝ててよかったですね。次のゲームも勝ちたいと思います。
My final question, and this is the only Japanese that I know. あなたたちはジョジョの奇妙の冒険が好きですか
3部が好き。
Me too.
ポーズお願いします。はい。3、2、1. That's a prospect to you guys. Okay, we're going to go right over to Michelle. Michelle, girl, you are joining me over here. You are here to talk a little bit about Legends of Runeterra and some of the amazing things that's happening with Soul Fighter. So, girl, what can you tell us?
Well, hello. First off, it's so exciting to be here. This is amazing. It's me. I'm Michelle. That's not the team. But yeah, we're so excited to be here. We have some really, really amazing cosmetics. Like, the best part about working on the Legends of Runeterra team is we're able to share a window of Runeterra with Legends of Runeterra through the art, the flavor text. We're able to deep dive in these kind of events with alternate universes. I mean, where else do you see Pike and Gwen go get groceries together or Nidalee walk through a bazaar? The lore team has worked so hard to make sure that in game the thematic is just as fun. Like, the level up's incredible. The art, mwah.
And I can only imagine that the Legends of Runeterra player base has got to be so excited for this, as you said. We're also going to see some champions do some grocery shopping together. So what do you think the reaction of the community is going to be?
I mean, what I've seen before coming up here is they're so excited. And honestly, it's just the best part of the job. Seeing the community react to all the hard work that everyone on the team does is just incredible. It's like I mean, look at this. It's amazing.
I know, just everything around us has been an absolute blast and pleasure. So I do have to ask you, getting a little bit away from Runeterra, out of all of the teams that you've seen perform so far, who has been your favorite?
Ooh, I like the spice that Brazil's been bringing. It's been really fun. I'm from NA, so I gotta love NA, but I did live in Europe. It's really hard. It's really hard to choose a favorite. So, I don't know, I can't do it.
I will say this, one of the first times that I met you, you were in full cosplay. I think you were Ash, and it was at FanimeCon years and years ago. I can't help but notice that I feel like maybe we have a couple cosplayers in the crowd today. Is there anything that you could speak to on that?
We have some incredible cosplayers in the crowd, and they are hanging out over there, which I'm not sure the cameras can get to, but they look amazing. They made these in like a week and a half, like the talent.
Absolutely unmatched. I think we see Viego over there. I ran into Viego in the bathroom, just kind of flexing in front of the mirror. It was a fantastic experience. But Michelle, thank you so much for spreading the word of Legends of Runeterra. I'm sure that we have a very excited player base ahead of us. But listen, that's it for us here down on the floor. Mark, it's back up to you.
Thank you very much, Avli. Super cool to see all the work that's gone into all the different games to bring in Soul Fighter. Also cool to just have a global event so everyone can weeb out, I guess, as they talk about. I assume that was a JoJo thing. I'm not quite sure. We'll be getting these scores up on screen in a second, but definitely really cool to see all that Legends of Runeterra stuff coming up. Here we have the current scores after the changes. You can see Brazil still holds on to their first place, but we have a tie for second between Team Japan and Team North America.
The earlier graphic was actually prophetic. Tied for second there in North America.
Beautiful. Look at that. The competition is fierce here coming into the final rounds when we're finally going to get into some Soul Fighter gameplay.
Yeah, definitely the case. You can see there's just so many close scores in those mid-20s. Going to be very close. That was a fierce competition. Like you said, we'll be gearing up for the final round, which is the Soul Fighter. And we'll get to see all these players in those new environments. Flowers, you doing okay, by the way, man?
Something is going on here. I think we got to cut you off from the Soul Juice or something. Little twitchy?
I am loving the Soul Juice. I'll tell you what, right now, you guys haven't been drinking any of this. You better be drinking this right now. It's about the best thing I could ever be drinking anytime. I feel great here. You have some of that. I'll tell you what, I want to get down there in a competition. I'm about to win some of this myself. I'm about to break this. I'm about to break this open, boy. Let me tell you what. We're gonna have some fun here.
Okay, what is going on right now? Let's relax.
Okay, hold up, gentlemen. Production just told me we have a new Soul Juice PSA that we have to play right now. Production, what is going on here?
Have you or a sparring partner been affected by severe side effects of Soul Juice in the last 30 days? Exposure to Soul Juice poses a risk to competitors everywhere. Please give us a call if you have experienced one or more of the following symptoms: sweating, muscle cramps, uncontrollably loud speaking voice, constant flexing, blue skin, blue hair, blue flavor fixation, shortness of breath, bawling hard, mild nausea, tunnel vision, smurfing, or starting a podcast.
I'm Theodore Snaxingham III, and I put the pro in prosecution. We're here for you at Poro and Snacks, attorneys at law. Call now, and we'll fight for what's right.
The contents of this advertisement should not be construed as legal advice. First consultation free. Subsequent payments by cash, check, or savory biscuits must be made to Poro and Snacks attorneys at law. Poro and Snacks may not be held liable for excessive shedding, food-motivated decision-making, or napping on the job.
Okay, well, someone...
I think we definitely have a case, Mark.
Get that out of his mouth. Please do not let him drink any more of that.
No, dude, come on. It's just...
He doesn't have the blue skin yet, at least. So.
I mean, I'm looking all right.
I mean, don't let it get any worse, Kobe. Keep that away from him. Get him some water. We're going to be getting into arena gameplay soon, so we're just going to keep moving along. Kobe, Flowers, we're done with the challenges. What have been your favorite moments of the physical stuff so far?
The Soul Juice.
No, you can't say that.
We had some really, really big hits, starting it out here with the endurance test. This was a really good one. GPT's first win on the board. Very impressive.
Ouch for Iris there, getting taken out, not being able to make the final jump.
Dude, I loved how people were just standing there and tanking the last hit in the Endurance Challenge too after seeing their final opponent fall, just styling on them. And then things got crazy in round 2 for the dodgeball. It was Team Brazil who just came out, both barrels blazing with the 1-2 punch almost every round.
They made the full around the world tour there, defeating every single other team, even having to have that rematch with Asia Pacific. And absolute domination from them, which is why they are currently at the top of the leaderboard.
It's crazy to me that they're still in first place despite picking up no wins in the final round. It was all off this domination of the accuracy challenge.
Absolutely crushed it. Europe gave them a run for their money there. Juke's too good with the fake outs, though.
Honestly, awesome run from them. It was sort of a second half surge for a couple of the other squads, though. North America got some points, Europe got some points, Asia Pacific all got some points during the second half of the dodgeball competition here.
We saw a couple teams really fall prey to those penalties, though. The refs were not letting anybody pass those lines. We had replays, multiple oversteps there. Did cost a couple teams.
Yeah, you can see a nice little rally from Meteos and Scara there, picking up some wins. This was that big rematch. They ended up having to play this one out 3 or 4 times in a row because there kept being these like little ticky-tack rule violations. We saw this so many times, but in the end, I believe it was Brazil who came out on top.
Europe actually ended up taking them down.
I'm trolling.
They were the only team to actually beat Europe, and it was a hard-fought, victory there. Definitely the longest one.
That brought us to our final competition, which was the strength challenge, jousting in the middle of the ring. This one had some pretty massive point swings as well. North America continuing their climb up the standing, grabbing 21 points off. Both Meteos and Scara having some good jousts.
Yeah, one of the big things about this round was just the fact that Brazil and Europe, 2 of the top teams going into the third round, both ended up collecting 0 points overall from it. It gave a lot of opportunity for some of those middle and lower ranked squads to catch up.
Look at that power from Scara there.
Walk the plank.
The much needed double round victory there for North America to get those bonus points, and then Japan as well, the other team, to win both of their strength trials.
It took a long time, but it was a hard-fought victory in the end, outlasting Stanley there, able to finally force him down. And then the second time, like you said, the LJL grabbing both of the individual 8-point leads and then the 5 points for winning both rounds combined. Huge for them. It leads to a tie right now, currently for second place. Brazil is still in the lead. We'll take another look at that leaderboard in just a second there so we can see exactly what we're looking at as we head into the arena mode.
Exactly. The physical competition is done for the day, and the scores look like this. It's Brazil out in front, sitting on 41, while North America and Japan are hot on their heels, tied at 35. Coming up behind them, it's Team Asia Pacific at 28 and Team China right behind them at 27. Europe is still at the 24 they were at after round 2 after getting a 0 in round number 3, with Team Korea right behind them at 23. Finally, Team LATAM rounds it out with 17, still within striking distance if they can pop off here in the final game.
All right, I told you at the beginning of the day as well, when we're looking at the actual arena play, keep your eyes on Icon. He is actually a Worlds player for mid lane only 2 years ago. So comeback's definitely in the air.
Yeah, we'll have to see. If you ended it right now, there would still be that final event where the top 4 move on to the final arena mode. So it would have been, in that situation, Brazil, Japan, America, and I believe, what was the last one that was in the top 4? I can't remember. Anyways, well, fortunately, we have some more points to going. We'll get those in a second with our arena gameplay showcase. But while we get set up, Ovly has Dan Emmons with her to talk about the arena to see what we can expect.
Thank you so much, Mark. Here to talk with us about the development of the arena game mode is Dan Emmons, lead game designer of Arena. Dan Emmons, didn't you also make Yuumi? Wait a second, this is the guy who made Yuumi. This is the...
Hey everyone, Ryan Maxwell here, lead designer for modes. Tonight, our competitors are going to show down in League's newest mode, Arena. Arena is a 2v2 mode where teams face off in a series of death matches. A loss in any individual round will damage their shared health pool. And when you run out of shared health, your team is eliminated. In between rounds, players will be able to buy items and pick from the new augments to build their champions in new ways. But let's talk about some of the strategies you might see coming out in Arena tonight. First up are the champions. It may seem like melee characters are all that can succeed in Arena in a small area, but there are a lot of balance adjustments we've done to make sure that ranged characters have options. In addition to extra durability, ranged characters will get move speed to help with kiting. They'll also have an easier time controlling the power flowers, which are our new plants around the arena. When you attack a power flower, you get healing, shielding, and a reduction on all of the characters' cooldowns, including their ultimate. There's also sections of deep water around the maps that block movement but not vision. A smart player will be able to use these to out-kite more melee-focused characters. We'll also have to talk about the augments. Specifically, I want to talk about the active augments, which give players a new summoner spell, some of which you've never seen before during combat. These can completely change the way that you approach fights. We have Vanish, which will give you a 4-second window of pure invisibility to sneak up on a target or for a quick escape. Frozen Foundations will give you a Nivea's Wall spell to buy you space or trap at a fleeing target. There are 12 of these active spells, and they can greatly change how any champion has to approach fights. And lastly, let's take a look at the item builds. Arena has some new items, as well as a few returning favorites from leagues past. There are several augments that reward the user for having crit chance, like using your crit chance to reduce your damage taken, or even allowing your abilities to crit. We have introduced new crit chance items in order to make sure that champions that don't use the auto-attacking system can get crit chance. So Atma's Reckoning is back, along with newcomer Rite of Ruin to offer crit chance to the non-AD carry champions. There's also a lot of items that have had their AD and AP ratios changed to be a mix. So items like Death Stance that traditionally only work for AD champions can work for AP champions if you get the right augments. This isn't all you're going to see. Will we see Crit Scion? Will we see Attack Speed Braum? Will we see AD Yubi? The possibilities with Arena are endless, and I cannot wait to see what our players will come up with. Mark, back to you.
Thank you very much, Dan. You crushed that. It sounds so exciting, and I'm looking forward to when we finally get into the arena mode. You can see right now players are on stage. They are setting up. We have Europe, America, Japan, and I believe that is Brazil all getting ready to play.
I've been waiting for this all night. I was jumping into the PBE. I've had so much fun in arena mode. I even took Bias to another level. I played with Meteos for a full night. Yeah. So we definitely have some technology cooked up. Here are the matchups.
Okay, and remember, these matches were picked by the seeding so far based on the current standings. That's how we determined which 4 teams are in each lobby. Now, for those of y'all that don't know, remember, after we're done with these 2 matchups, these 2 2v2v2v2s, that's going to determine the final state of the leaderboard. And then we cut off the bottom 4, and the top 4 will play one last round, and that one's winner take all. Everything up until then is about qualifying for that. Once you're in there, nothing else matters.
And they've got a pair of beautiful championship belts as well for the winners ready.
Yeah, that's something that everyone will be looking forward to take home with them regardless of what happens. And this is how we're scoring each of these gameplay rounds for the arena mode. Our top 4 teams on the leaderboards after each of these will play in the final title match. And so if you get first place in this first round, you'll get an additional 21 points, 15 for second place, 9 for third, and fourth only takes home 3 points. So you really do want to win this. And like you guys said, at the end, we'll have one final winner-take-all for those belts. So that's how we're looking. Aubrey, I see you down there. Are you out there with our first 4 teams?
I'm running, Mark.
She's on her way. Okay,
I'm
not
running.
quite there yet.
I'm sorry.
We'll give her a second.
I'm right here, Mark. I just had to come out from the medical
there she is.
tent. I don't really remember what happened over the last 10 minutes, but I'm here now. Oh, I'm right on stage with all the teams who are getting ready to jump into arena mode. I've got Jukes and P-Jack of Team Brazil right here. All right, now I know that you said that you've been practicing in PBE, so... No, not at all?
Not at all. We just play 4 games in total.
That's
Here, in Los Angeles.
just like how you were only playing 4 games of dodgeball?
No, I swear, no. Yeah, it's true. It's true, I can confirm.
You can confirm. Okay, so then what do you think your chances are against the other teams? We've got NA, Europe, and Japan.
Kasha going down for sure. For sure?
For sure? All right, let me go run over to Kesha really quick. Kesha, Brazil is saying that they're about to take you down. I see that you just accepted the match, so any quick words for him?
He doesn't know what's going for him, okay? He has no clue. He's delusional, okay? He has no idea.
Now, I feel like I should ask, are you going to be picking your signature champion, Nunu?
Okay, that signature champion is my champion, but it's also the worst champion in the entire game. It doesn't get worse than that. So I'm gonna cross my own heart here and not play Nunu.
Oh my god.
Ban
a champion. You have 11 and 10.
Don't worry.
9.
I have my boy LS coaching me privately, okay? I'm not gonna let him down. I'm gonna win this for him, I promise.
All right, let's see it happen. Okay, and let me go over to Team North America right now. It looks like they were just able to get their bands in. Skara, how hard have you been practicing in arena mode?
I played like a day.
That's more than the 4 games Brazil is saying.
Yeah, but don't worry, we have the carry right here.
Meteos, are you the carry, both in our challenges as well as in arena?
I will do my best. We'll see what happens.
Do you feel nervous about the weight of all of NA's international success resting on your shoulders just for this game of arena?
No, it'll be fine.
That's what we like to hear. All right, Team Japan. I see, what Annie skin are you picking right now?
Annie, so strong, cute. Skin. Cute, cafe cutie Annie.
And we love that for you, Japan. All right, Mark, it looks like everyone is loading in right now, so I'm just going to toss it right back up to you.
Thank you very much, Ovly. We'll be getting into game in just a minute here. Kobe, I know you've been playing a lot of this mode, so give me some of your thoughts going into this.
I already want to know what they're pairing with Annie, because on PvE, one of the funnest and most brutal compositions was Annie plus Ivern, and you just drop Tibbers as well as Daisy at the same time. So you turn the 2v2 into a 4-on-2, and you beat them down with PvE.
I'm not much of a stats guy, Kobe, but even I can tell you 4v2 is pretty good odds. So especially with how strong both of those pets are, that sounds pretty ferocious.
Yeah. Now, especially with this mode, people need to remember the plants are a really big objective.
Yes.
The game designer was talking about that earlier, but it gives you the healing, the shielding, and critically the cooldowns back. So the different arenas have different numbers of plants too. Some only have 1, some have up to 3 plants, and a lot of that is how you want to play the main.
And I got to make sure that we hammer home this cooldowns back thing, because I've watched a few different games of Arena, and one thing I can tell you is when I first heard cooldowns back, I expected something modest. I expected, okay, 5 seconds off here or there. No, if you eat these plants, you will be able to cast your ultimate multiple times over the course of a round. It is ferocious. Controlling these things is huge for the outcome of a round.
And that is the reason why also a lot of champions that have auto attack interactions are really powerful. My favorite was actually like Shyvana, because you need to auto attack the plant and you can auto attack reset with Q, but it also counts as 2 auto attacks itself. So you can get all 3 charges of a plant pretty instantly there, as they're working out some issues here with the setup for the game. But there are just so many really fun things. Another one is Twitch. With you pop your ultimate, your attacks through champions also count on plants. So any way that you can get plant advantage is a strong way to get advantage in the arena. Heimerdinger with the turrets, Shaco with the boxes as well, controlling that area.
So you're talking about Twitch, you're talking about Heimerdinger. I do want to go back to something that we heard from earlier, talking about how ranged champions, you would normally think they'd be at a disadvantage in this mode, but they have been buffed up in terms of their durability, in terms of their move speed, just to give them some extra baseline stat increases to not be immediately ran over. And then also, like we heard, the addition of the deep water, so you don't have to ward over terrain to still shoot over terrain, and you can have the extra advantage that way too.
Yeah, and there are still like regular walls too that you can't see over that you want to be able to use, like with Ezreal or something.
Right.
Jumping over as well. But definitely excited to see what compositions these teams come up with, because it sounds like they've got varying amounts of time on the actual mode.
We'll have to see what they're going to end up doing. I do like how there's been some rivalries that's developed even just here tonight. Obviously, NA-EU cuts deep, but EU versus Brazil popping off because of that dodgeball rivalry. I'm wondering if they're going to go extra hard at each other when they draw each other in the 2v2.
Definitely sounded like it there. Staring each other down right across. I'm glad that all 3 are in the same group here for match number 1 to see what goes down. Also, a lot really depends on the augments you get. Flowers, you're talking about traditional carries, traditional range carries. There's a lot of attack speed augments, and so if you go with a Zeke's Convergence for your partner, then they can really amp up that damage as well.
And one thing that I've been looking at with this game is just how many chances you can get, even if things don't start out great. It's not designed to be a game that just immediately snowballs you over and you can't fight back. The plants in the fights themselves make it so that they're more drawn out than a typical team fight. And then also, the game structure as a whole, for those of you out there who've played TFT before, when you lose the early rounds, you're only losing 2 health, 4 health, something like that. It's not going to matter that much. You can still scale. But those later rounds, man, even if you're ahead after a while, you're going to start taking some hurt if you lose those.
Yeah, so as you guys know, there's been a slight delay on stage as they're taking care of getting all the players set up, making sure they're feeling comfortable. Definitely want to have them in their best state, ready to play. And I'm really excited about this. This is like the crowning moment of the whole night leading up to this. We have these 2 rounds. These 4 teams are going to play. Then there's going to be the second stage with those 4. And whoever ends up with the most points combined from these arena modes, as well as all the physical challenges, will play one final arena winner take all. And I mean, I've been so stoked to watch this, especially because what you were just saying at the end there, Flowers, about how the rounds can go at different speeds, much like jousting or the dodgeball. Sometimes it was over in like 5 seconds, like 2 teams just engage into each other and insta-die. Sometimes you have this long kite out as you're making use of the plants and really making use of the map.
Yeah, and there is a ring of fire that will come in if it starts taking too long.
We needed that for jousting. The arena just starts collapsing.
We need that for everything in life, man. So many times I've said even during normal professional games of League of Legends, if there's no kills on the board by 10 minutes, give me the ring of fire. It's a PvP game. And this one is a PvP game as everybody's out against each other. And you've always got to be mindful of who you're going to be going up against next. There's different item purchase checkpoints because every item in the game costs 3,000 gold with the exception of your starter items and your boots. So you've got to be mindful of, okay, what should I be buying for most of these compositions? What should I be buying for whoever specifically I'm up against next?
And what's really fun is what you should be buying changes not only depending on your opponents and your champion, but the augments that you are offered. Sometimes you want to go a crit build if you're offered like the crit defender augment or something like that. But it sounds like we've got things worked out, and we're almost ready.
Fingers crossed. Let's go, boys. I'm so ready.
The only other thing to keep an eye out for is the new skins as well. You saw the Viego cosplay for the Soul Fighter Viego, who has some pretty sick artwork that's been all over the arena so far. And I would love to see some of them actually lock in these champions, whether it's the Samira or Viego or whatever else people have their eye on, just so we can show off everything that this game mode has to offer.
Also, you get to see some of those just as PvE interactions in the arenas. There's a bunch of them like set. If you are the last person to damage the set, they'll throw a big W towards the opponent team. Pike will try and charge and stun whoever is furthest away from them. So oftentimes the strategy on the Pike map will be to rush towards the Pike so you can get him to jump towards your opponents.
My favorite one is the dog, the new champion. Nefiri is on the map and her entire pack thinks as one. If you walk in the vision range of any of those little puppies or the big dog, they all jump on you and do massive damage.
And you can see it, the cone, the vision is indicated similar to like a Callista Sentinel cone. So it's not super hard to dodge unless your opponents force you into it.
All right, so while we get ready for the stage, we're going to send it down to Ovly for a quick interview.
Thanks so much, guys. I am actually with one of my dearest and oldest friends, Sab Kennedy. We did a lot of collegiate League of Legends together, TESPA, all of these throwbacks where I know that you were putting together so many fun events for colleges, high schools, everything. And now, as I understand it, you've upgraded in terms of your event organization. Tell me a little bit about that.
Absolutely. So hi, nice to meet you all. I'm Sab. I'm the brand manager for League of Legends and TFT here in NAOSH. We're so excited to bring this event to you here today. Soul Fighter Fight Night has been everything we've ever dreamed of to bring to you guys straight to home. Let's make more amazing events for Riot Games.
Now, one thing that I have to ask is that so far everyone I've interviewed, because they're from NA, and I think because they work in the NA offices, they've been cheering for NA. Who are you cheering for?
I mean, legally obligated, obviously, NAOSH has been great, but it's been amazing to see all of these creators from all over the world right here in Los Angeles for the very first time. I'm so extremely hyped. Maybe I drank too much soul juice.
We love the soul juice, but also I think I have a number that you can call for that. So my final question for you is that if you and me got into that pit with those giant Q-tips, who would win?
I think you have a little bit more arm length than I do, so you might have a little bit of an advantage, but it would be a close one, I think. We'd be aggressive.
I think it'd be pretty close. I think we could play that out someday.
Absolutely.
But Sab, thank you so much. And guys, back to you.
Thank you very much, Ovly. Yeah, this event is absolutely crazy. I love that for the start of a new mode that is, hitting every Riot game, basically. There's new things going on, new skins, new cards, new arenas, all this stuff. It's really, really exciting. So we can't wait to bring you the arena mode coming up in just a little bit, but we're going to take a quick break right before then. Welcome back, everyone. We are just about ready to go. Wanted to make sure that the competitors are in the best state to play the brand new arena mode for Soul Fighter Fight Night. And it's been incredible being here. All the people from around the world getting flown in for the launch of this new mode that's hitting basically every Riot game. It's been so sick to hear from all the developers as well. I don't know how you guys been enjoying the night.
We've had all the setup, all the endurance modes, the accuracy mode, the strength mode. Now we get the arena, finally.
I am ready for this, man. It's all been leading up to it. I'm chomping at the bit. Let's go.
It looks like the competitors are redoing draft, I believe. They had to power cycle a couple little things, so we'll be in the game in just a moment here. I gotta say, I've definitely enjoyed watching all the physical competitions. It's been a long night for some of these guys. The Brazilian players, for example, had to play 8 rounds of dodgeball after jumping over spinning arms and getting hit with sticks, jousting. They didn't get any points in jousting. Maybe they're gassed. Maybe they're running out of steam. Who knows?
So we got to see a couple of champions, or hear about the couple of champions that they picked already.
Yeah.
Annie already in the play field. Annie's super strong in the arena. I think I saw a Zac as well. There are some things in this mode that are sped up, like Zac's blob respawn, you know, Anivia's egg, those types of things. So there have been little balance changes to some of the champions, in addition to all the changes that they made to like the items, where they added the stats so to make everything basically 3,000 gold worth.
Exactly. It's not just that the items are
There
all
we
3,000
go.
gold now. They've been compensated appropriately. Hell yeah, let's go. It's Soul Fighter time. 2v2v2v2. The final phase of our Fight Night event here today, and we're going to see how it all shakes out with round number 1 starting off here. As it looks like we got Jukes.
All right, we got Meteos on his Elise, the classic here. Scar on Trundle, gonna play the front line here, see if he can get his ulti off pretty early. They're going for early plant control. That's big. They start with shields.
Okay, we got the shields, couple of skill shots going back and forth, but nobody hard committing just yet. Raijine's gonna be the target here, as it looks like that's what Team North America wants to do here, going after that Poppy just because it was the closer target. Nobody hard committing.
Cocoon goes wide, Blast Cone disengage here.
Okay, Scar's gonna lead the charge.
Plant's starting to come down soon here. Plant arrival on the top side. That's gonna be big shields there for Team Japan.
Yeah, Team Japan getting the entirety of that power flower means a nice boost for them. As Scar throws down the pillar, Meteos to provide a little bit of extra damage. There's the Elise combo, but it's not enough to burst him down just yet. Scar staying on him as the circle shrinks down. The blast cone knocks everybody apart, and Scar is getting paid first. Meteos with a nice bit of CC. Scar survives a little bit longer, and now Meteos is the one leading the charge. He's got a massive advantage, and Team Japan is spider food.
All right, the first victory there. Team North America does not lose any HP. Remember, the early rounds are just about your HP. It doesn't mean anything is over yet for Japan.
All right, and you can see here now a couple of augments being given up for selection. Remember that each player not only gets the option to choose from the 3, but you can re-roll them a couple of times per match.
And remember, there are 3 different levels of augments, kind of like TFT, silver, gold, and prismatic. The silver ones, not nearly as powerful as the other ones. So don't usually want to spend your rerolls too early on some of those silver ones, but a little bit curious here, so they do go for the first one. All right, next matchup is going to be NA versus EU.
All right, let's see how they do it. What is EU playing in this one? You got Kesha on the Zac, Trumba on the Brand.
All right, Zac's got to get in there early. Remember, the respawn is pretty quick there with the Globlets. Wants to tank.
Okay, they take 2 hits of the flower. They leave the last one there for Scar after they force the European representatives back away. But now it's Kesha and Trumba that'll have immediate access and total control over all 3 hits of that second flower. Okay, Cocoon, not a lot of follow-up. Trumba, nice connection there. Gets the proc on the passive. The Ring of Fire is ready to count down. Oh, nice lockdown. It's Scar and Meteos finding some burst, but it's only on the Kesha. That's not the target they want to focus. Scarra's gonna go kaboom, and it's Team EU getting paid. Meteos has to try to catch this one out and outplay it.
Yeah, that's going to be really difficult, and it looks like EU is going to take down Meteos too. He's at the edge of the Ring of Fire, and Europe again puts a stop to North America's win.
Nicely done. They don't lose either champion. That was clean.
Honestly, you know that Zach is going to want to tank early on, and they did a really good job of utilizing that position. Team North America, they tried to go with the pillar to be able to focus him, but they could not cut through him this early in the game. They will scale up to a better tank-killing matchup once Skara gets level 6, gets access to that Trundle ultimate.
Yeah.
But still, nicely played there.
And that's the thing, remember, even if you have a round go bad early on, it doesn't matter too much, but you can see so far it's only Team EU that hasn't lost a round yet. As this time around, we got Brazil going up against NA. Shaco and Vlad versus Elise and Trundle.
Plant on the inside. There's only one plant in this arena, so getting access to the middle is really critical. Skara does get it.
Skara just trying to bait these guys into overcommitting onto him. Meteos is the one who's usually going to be the cannon here out of these two. There's the Hemo Plague placed down. Tides of Blood going to find some damage, but P-Jack's in some danger now, having to go into the pool to kite it out. Skara with a flash into the chomp. P-Jack wanted to outplay it, but he's got no shot. Jukes tries to bring him back into those Jack-in-the-Boxes, but the boxes are not ready. And now he's going to head for the brushes and go for a classic Shaco play. That's your team, Shaco, and that's Brazil dropping to North America.
You can see another of the tools in arena mode being utilized there, and that is the sweeper key is actually a reveal. They use it on the Shaco at the end. They find him, they take him down. That mapping in particular, critical to get to the middle to get control of the plants, especially when you're playing Shaco. But here, we're jumping into another one that's already in progress. The Zach Blobs dealt with that time.
The Zach Blobs are so tricky. You said it earlier. Those things come back together so fast in this mode.
All right, looks like they tried to have the same strategy tanking, but couldn't come up with the victory that time around. 3 teams now tied with 18 health at the top. And it looks like it's Brazil really rough down there at the bottom.
Yeah, tough start for Team Brazil. Everybody else tied up here with the scoreboard saying that it's actually the Japanese representatives who are currently at the top. Let's see which head-to-head we're going to get next, excuse me.
Looks like Europe versus North America. Again, you can tell by whoever's health bars are lit up and you can actually see them when you're in that buy phase, you know will be your next opponent, so you can try and prep accordingly.
All right, this is my favorite arena hazard. This is Nefiri and her pack. That red triangle means stay away. If you walk into that or are stunned up when it walks into you, those dogs are all going to converge on you for a massive amount of damage. You can see them right there. They jump in and eat Skara's shield and a chunk of his health.
Also, worth noting, this is one of the arenas with 3 spawn points for those plants. So whichever team is able to split and control 2 of those spawns does get a nice advantage.
All right, rings closing in. Nobody's been willing to commit before this, but now we gotta see some of that PvP. Skara dropping down the pillar to try to keep these guys zoned, but Kesha and Trumba are gonna grab a plant before the Ring of Fire closes in any further. Elastic Slingshot brings Kesha into the middle, but now Skara's gonna take a lot of burst from Trumba. Kesha's gonna be careful though, because Skara can immediately turn back onto him with the subjugation. Kesha melts down into the bloblets, but can they kill him off in time? They're trying to scurry back together as they fight versus Trumba. Skara and Meteos not quite enough damage, but they got it in the end. North America gets their vengeance in this round.
Ooh, they pop the Zach and then turn targets, and they're able to finish off the brand before enough damage is done. That turn of the tides, once they do get access to the Trundle ultimate post level 6, they're starting to scale.
That's what it's all about. If the enemy team has a tank, Trundle is happy, my friend. He's eating good.
Ooh, look at the strategy here. Discussing some possible changes. Meteos probably advising Skara on build or augment choice. It looks like it's an augment choice round.
All right, this means that we've got Europe versus Japan this time around.
All right, so this arena has the Lux, that little beam. As soon as you touch it, it's going to start firing the laser. You have plenty of time to walk out, unless your opponents CC you there, can be used against you. Raijin gets 2 hits off on the plant.
Yeah, Raijin just trying to fight for that control over the middle, but Lux is going to make this a little troublesome. Laser hits 1 from each side, as Raijin's now going to be eating plenty of that damage over time from the brand. Seatadu can't do enough to save him in time just yet, but now Raijin's tried to get away, as Seatadu goes in for the finishing blow on Trumba. Needs 1 more hit to do it, and he gets him, plus 350 gold. But what about the rest of the fight? Kesha's still alive, tries to slam Poppy back into the Tibbers, but a 2v1 might be enough. Kesha's stunned, Poppy slammed back into the wall. All they got to do now is farm the blobs. First one down, second one down. Fourth one, there it goes, and Team Japan gets the dub.
Close one there. Nicely done, protecting Searu as well on the outside. They're able to chase down that brand, kill the DPS first.
It's getting intense, man. This is what I like. The first couple of rounds, they're a little slow. You only got level 3 champions. But man, once you hit level 6, the ultis come online, you get a couple of augments, it's fierce.
Certainly is fun. All right, looks like next matchup here is going to be Europe versus someone. Once they drop tab here, checking out the augments for everybody.
Let's see what we got.
Brazil versus Europe.
That's indeed the recipe here. Let's see if Brazil can catch up a little bit from being towards the bottom of the standings. Remember, once your team health hits 0, you are out.
Usually when you're playing Sheikah, you want to set up boxes around the plants to defend the plants so that you can then get them. Looks like they're using it as a little bit of a dare here. Top plant taken already by EU.
Juke's going over the wall. Not a whole lot of damage there. Shaco, not typically super effective at pouring damage into Zac.
Yeah, it's nice for Zac too, because you can use your Q on them and then auto attack towards the plant to get that.
Yeah. Kesha trying to trade there, but losing out on those trades. Now Trumbo's going to be hit with an Emo Plague. The brand is in danger. The tides of blood, but the pool to be able to stay alive in the meantime, and Trumbo's down. P-Jack grabbing the kill on that one, as Kesha is just getting kited around by the Jack in the box, and that should do it. P-Jack's right on top of the Bloblets. He'll be able to bring the damage. Kesha's got another box ready to go, and Team Brazil takes the dub.
Looks like every team, ooh, and there's a taunt afterwards as well with the pre-game trash talk delivering. They do indeed take down Europe. Every team has figured it out now. You gotta go for the brand, rush past the Zac, immediately take down that DPS. And now Europe, they're gonna have to come up with something else to get out of here. Maybe Zac needs to build more damage himself, more offensively jump in. With those elastic slingshots, get in a little bit earlier.
They're down to only 6 HP. Very, very dire straits here.
Yeah.
Later on in the game, a single round loss will do that much damage.
Okay, here, fighting for their lives. Europe versus Japan.
Let's see it.
This is only one plant on the map. Mid lane is claimed already, and Zac's going early.
Yeah, Raijin just wants to bait these guys into attacking him. Searu is the cannon. Okay, they found their way onto the enemy brand once again. The strategy just works. Blink and you'll miss it. The brand's already down. Now Kesha's got to try to fight this one in a 1v2, but Steadfast Presence stops the elastic slingshot, and there's enough burst coming out from Searu to guarantee he's going into Bloblet form. The Poppy Hammer ain't even needed, and that's it for Team Europe. I believe they may just be eliminated.
Yeah, looks like it. You can see the look at the build here for Raijin 2 on the Poppy. Building those support items. Remember, they've been buffed up to 3,000 gold's worth. And Meteos finding the kill here. We just got a little sneak peek of the NA win.
Yeah, that was the NA win to keep Meteos and Skara tied up. Yes, these are the most valuable augments of all.
All right, so Jeweled Gauntlet is pretty good depending on your build. It's a little late right now, so if you haven't gone crit, it's not going to have that value you're looking for. Feel the Burn is a little bit overrated. Blade Waltz is kind of cool. It brings back kind of the old Fiora ultimate to be able to dance around for the old nostalgic players.
I love it, man. I love it. And you can see here, with Europe eliminated, that means they'll only get 3 points from this round. And it means that Team Brazil is also dangerously close to death's door. If they lose any more single rounds, they are out. Meanwhile, Japan and North America both sitting on 14 lives remaining. They got a couple of chances here.
All right, let's take a look. Remember, let's see if we can get one of the ones fighting. There we go. All right. Raijin, remember, he's gone with the full support Poppy build here, so he's just tank frontline. He got the Knight's Vow to try and tank up damage for his teammates.
Yep.
Similar strategy there to the Zac. Get in early.
It's win or die for Team Brazil.
Dodge those dogs.
Yeah.
Oh, the dogs
that's what I'm talking about. The dog damage is so extreme. Nefiri and her pack take out half the HP from the Poppy and then immediately jump back onto that Shaco target there. As you can see, Vlad trying to get in the middle of everything. The Poppy Copter's going to disengage the teammate, and they just immediately kill off that enemy Vladimir. Team Japan now having a 2v1 lead and control over mid. Oh no, the Fury, dude. The dog is so hungry.
Okay. Jukes, can he pull it out? First Raijin here. The dogs!
He's got to try something crazy.
Clone, it was on Clone.
Raijin just going up the wall there. Jukes jumps back into the middle, and Raijin's ready to fight him. That'll be it. Japan eliminates Brazil, and now it's down to NA versus Japan to figure out who takes number 1.
The heroic charge out into the burning circle as it's closing in for the win there.
Not only is this NA versus Japan to determine who wins this, remember that I believe these are the 2 teams tied at second in the overall standings. So whoever wins here then takes control over that spot. This is huge for the overall outcome of things.
All right, let's get into it. The builds are finalizing here. Kind of a traditional Trundle build here. Auto attack focus from Skara. He wants to be able to get through that front line. Skara actually can even go through the Poppy here and just melt front line.
All right, back to Lux. Remember, as soon as the small laser touches you, she'll charge up and fire the big one.
And this is a 2-plant mode as well. Looks like NA is rushing straight towards them.
Yeah, Skara just wants to go in, but he's going to take a lot of damage. Still gets the subjugate off before they can 100 to 0 him. Now can North America find something back instead? Skara flashes away defensively. He wants to go after the power flower as he sidesteps the laser, but can he continue to live? The slam back into the wall, and Raijin's got him. Cianadu using the stasis to be able to avoid Meteos' damage. Team Japan has just piloted this one better. The damage of this duo they've drafted is incredible.
Yeah, Skara went down so early, and you can see the double timbers means Cianadu got the double ultimate prismatic augment for himself. The double timbers doing a lot of work. After Skara's down, they just chase down Meteos. No hope for NA there. They've got to rethink that game plan. I think a little bit slower opening, playing around that plant that they had on their side. If you're on the right side of that map, you can almost always get to the lower plant earlier, but they just ran headlong into the wall. Skara got charged into the wall, and they were fighting from a really big health deficit. And that double timbers, though, puts in a lot of work.
Even though Skara normally is fine being the one who's engaged on, just the build, the strategy from Team Japan here is so ferocious. It gets him so low that he's immediately forced to defensively ult, flash away, run for his life, and it's hard for North America to fight back.
Yeah, and Cianadu has the Void Staff. He has magic penetration, and Skara has gone a lot of offensive items there with the Trundle for the attack speed, for the percentage health damage. Let's see if they can rethink this one. This is a triple plant zone. And they both go towards bottom.
Meteos going to open up here on Raijin. They're going to see if maybe they can just start with killing the Poppy instead of worrying about the Annie. There's a lot of damage on him, but it's Meteos killed immediately as Raijin disengages and walks over to the power flower.
The double Tibbers flower dropped on his head. Meteos down. It's Skara versus the world.
Skara's going to have a rough time in this one. The Trundle versus Annie and Poppy both, and they have control over the middle.
He killed one Tibbers, but there's another one there.
It's a 1v3, and Skara is looking like the one. The Poppy Hammer knocks him back away. They slam him back into the wall again. They just want to force him to take as much Ring of Fire damage as humanly possible. He walks back away. Raijin with the flash into the slam to get him away from the power flower. And Team Japan takes first in the first round of Soul Fighter.
Great stuff there from Team Japan. I like the builds. I like the focus here. They got the even shroud on Poppy to amp the damage coming from Annie. Annie lucking out, getting that double ultimate augment as well to clean it up.
Man, nicely done there. So that's 21 points to Team Japan, 15 points to North America, 9 to Brazil, and 3 to Europe. I think this is going to feel pretty good for both North America and Japan. They're going to be happy with that outcome, feeling really confident about their chances of making it into the final.
Yeah, remember, all that matters, you need to hit that top 4 to make it into the finals.
Yeah, and Brazil, remember, they were so far ahead of everybody else too, sitting at 41. Even though they're not happy about only getting 9, their grand total is still 50 here, which still puts them tied with North America, who got 15 on top of 35. So that'll put them tied for second or third or however you want to call it. But I do believe 21 plus 35 is 56. So it's Team Japan out in front.
All right.
Yeah, we'll make sure we tabulate all those results and update everyone when we get the chance to, but that was such a fun first showing for the arena mode. You could see some strategies work better than others. There was some that definitely fell off faster. I think it's really cool to see how all the augments can come in, adjust the gameplay, the maps, all this kind of stuff, the scaling as well.
Yeah.
It's just really cool to see people find these new game plans.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to make Brand work, so it's definitely a risky pick there. With the Zach, you're trying to play the front line and create some space for him, but so many of the teams, especially as you're ramping up with more items, more augments, they could just rush through.
Right. It's one of those things that can feel good until they realize, hey, Brand can't get away. Just go after him. He does a lot of damage if you leave him alone, but there's no reason to leave him alone. And that's what every team seemed to figure out. Team Japan just honestly having such a good duo between that Annie and the Poppy. Poppy's ability to go out, soak damage, then disengage or open up windows for Annie to counterattack was beautiful.
I think you also saw a lot of Shaco wanting to make death brushes, but just didn't really come together. People would just avoid the brushes or go after plants before kind of face checking and running away. The Elise and the Trundle was an interesting combination of having both shred and % health damage for tanks while also having decent burst, but I felt like they got outscaled because the Poppy just could not be punched through.
Yeah, and the Annie had a really good DPS setup there as well with plenty of protection. One thing that we haven't seen just yet that I hope we do get a look at because it is very powerful is taking AD carry plus a enchanter support or any sort of support frontline and trying to play to a single carry and really buff them up and peel for them. Definitely a lot of options there as we see the rest of the ones come through. But this replay here, this was another look at the Zac plus Brand's combo where they just focus on that Brand.
And Poppy seems just real strong in this mode in general.
Yeah.
Lots of walls to knock people into.
Feels like Poppy is pretty busted with all the wall stuns as well as the ejections in the late game to push people into the Ring of Fire, all these different options that you have to kind of abuse the map itself. And even like pushing them into Neferi and things like that.
And also, if you are going to pick, we saw the Shaco this time around. Shaco, Heimerdinger, Teemo, all those types of champions that have things you're going to set up on the ground, you really want to focus them around the plant spawns because those are so valuable in giving you an edge in the actual combat as well.
They pretty much force your opponent to come to them. If you just concede every plant, your chances of winning are very low.
Yeah. Then there's the auto attack interactions as well. Maybe we'll see a few more of those. Scar at least did have the Q auto attack reset, and they were able to claim that one.
Yeah, it's really cool to see all the different builds going. I know you're juiced for the support plus 80 carry. For people who don't know, as we kind of covered at the top, but the 3,000 gold for every single item. The items are then buffed to kind of balance around that. So a lot of support items in League of Legends, you get faster because they're like 2,200 gold. Here they're 3K, so they are buffed up to be even stronger, as well as all the little augments and stuff you can get makes it a very interesting option that you can go for.
Zeke's is my personal favorite experience of a very, very powerful item, buffing up any sort of AD carry that has a really high attack speed. But here's another look at the dogs, a lot of the PvE interactions.
They're so strong.
We didn't get a look at the Samira one. The Samira one's pretty cool too. Samira plays off of CC that you can set up on, and then also will ult during the game too, and you got to get out of that one.
I feel like some of them are much deadlier than others. Lux seems easier to avoid than Neferi, for example. And we saw how the late game Neferi dives can just eat people's health alive. Going back to look at these late game double Tibbers fights too, that's ferocious.
Yeah, once you see those prismatic augments come in, they really do change the entire game.
Kobe, can you tell me, does the Neferi hit whatever champion is in line with it when it jumps? Because I thought I saw the Neferi kill Annie but being locked onto a different champion, or am I trolling?
I'm pretty sure it hits whoever is locked on with the beams.
Okay, because I saw at one point it was targeting someone else, but the Annie randomly died. So I guess I just wasn't paying enough attention there.
It might do an intercept.
Well, I mean, it's worth checking out. This very new game mode, there's probably a lot of interactions that people are still discovering, new metas, all these things. People are already putting out tier lists. I know LS is co-streaming. He had a tier list, and then people had a reaction to that tier list. Unforgiven say it was ruining a for fun mode, but there is ranked for this mode when it launches in July 20th.
Alrighty, yeah, July 20th, only 3 days away after this one. So obviously some people have been playing on PvE so far, like Kobe and Meteos, just getting an early taste of the game, but releasing soon for everybody to look at. So let's take a look at those points I was talking about. And yes, sir, it's Team Japan out in the lead at 56, immediately followed up by a tie for second and third with 50 points from Team Brazil and Team North America. Team Europe will finish with 27, and considering Team China and Team Asia Pacific are already tied or greater than that amount and still are guaranteed to get some amount of points, it means that Team Europe is officially eliminated from the final, will not be able to move on, but it's Asia Pacific, China, Korea, and Latin America all duking it out for that last spot. Interestingly enough, remember, you get 21 for first place.
Yeah, exactly. You'll have to see who can actually move on to the top 4, which is the final round. So there's this round coming up between the teams that Captain Flowers just mentioned, and then we'll be hitting the final round for that championship belt.
But only one of the remaining teams gets to move on, because the highest amount of points you can get is 21. The highest amount currently present in match number 2 is 28. That's 49. That means 56, 50, and 50 already automatically beat you. So only one spot is left here in this final match. The competition better be bloodthirsty.
You can see how high execution it's needed given how many points people had at the end of the first round. Obviously, the 2 people who were basically tied for second and third heading into it ended up getting first and second. So Japan and North America, obviously in very, very good position. Brazil, off the back of basically their domination of dodgeball, have made it potentially into the final round.
Yeah, I mean, match 1 was completely loaded and stacked with teams. Match number 2 here, we got to figure out who else is going to join them.
Exactly. Those first 3 spots locked in now because the point values are so high. Like Mark said, Brazil's just absolute world domination of dodgeball, doing so much hard carrying work. But man, this next one's going to be crazy.
You can dodge a wrench, you can dodge a ball, and you can get your spot into the arena finals, too.
Even if you couldn't dodge a poppy slam. That's what it comes down to. There's a tier list of these things.
Yeah, there's a lot that people can improve on and learn if they make the finals from that first group. That's going to do it for us for right now as we get ready for the second matchup of Arena Mode Soul Fighter Fight Night. We'll be right back. Welcome back, everyone, to Soul Fighter Fight Night. We are into the arena gameplay right now, getting ready for our second match between the teams. We'll have to see if they're ready to go. I think we are just about ready to get into it. We have Team China, Korea, Asian America, or Asian Pacific, and Latin America. There we go. I had to clear my neck to see them. But I'm really excited to see what they do. Like you guys were saying right before we tossed the break, a lot of these teams were in the lower half of the point scoring, and so it feels like basically first place is the only one who can move through.
Win or go home.
Yeah, win or go home. You got to make sure you're bringing everything, leave it all in the field. You didn't want to go through jumping over that spinning thing, dodging Brazil dodgeballs, and fighting face-to-face 1v1 only to go home here.
Yeah, it has been a tough-fought competition all night long here. Everybody's hot and sweaty, and now we got to play the game. Arena, one more tip too. I saw a couple of them expending a lot of the early re-rolls in double silver augments last time around. Really could have a big benefit if you can hit that jackpot prismatic one.
Exactly. Because of the value of the prismatic ones overall, it's so much more important to be able to re-roll those into something in an A or S tier for your game plan or your champion. I don't care if you re-roll your silver into something that's slightly less bad. It's still going to hurt if your prismatic doesn't line up with what you're trying to do.
All right, I'm excited to see what compositions these teams come out with. We can shift up the champion pool here. I already see a Yorick, a Tom Kench is in there as well.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
It looks like Latin America is going to be running Syndra and Zyra over on, okay, never mind, we're jumping into it now. All right, so it's Latin America running Syndra and Zyra. Korea running Tom Kench and Yorick.
Yeah, Yorick skin here takes a little second to recognize, but we've got the first plant on the top side.
Okay.
Stun from Syndra did hit, but it's not going to shake him off the plant.
Okay, plant control for GPT.
Syndra is quite good in this mode as well, by the way, because you get splinters just after the rounds.
Okay, Zyra just trying to have some zone control here. Kapperman wants to use those plants to get some free damage on these guys. 2 hard melee champions versus 2 ranged champions. Means it's all about controlling that distance for LatAm.
Circle's coming in, closing in on that space.
More flower power for Tom Kench. He loves his vegetables. If it keep them away. Oh, Abyssal died. Gets interrupted. Nicely done there from Kapperman.
They got the ghouls onto the Zyra, though, poking the Zyra down.
Oh, they want to flash in and go for the play, but Kapperman goes back over the wall, providing some covering fire over the side here for her ally. But Nubia now has to flash away on the Syndra. They still need a little bit more damage. The Yorick is knocked back out. It's a 2v1, and GPT's got to try to outplay him. Kapperman needs some cooldowns. Another one spawns up. The plants are ready to go, and LatAm gets the win.
Big knockback there from Syndra out into the burning field. They get the win.
That was close, man. These early ones come down to the wire because nobody wants to overcommit yet. You don't really have a whole lot online. No. And then it's just a brawl in the little circle.
Some critical plays there. Good knockback, scatter the weak. Good Zyra interrupt on the Tom Kench W as well to get them that first win.
All righty, let's see what we got here, because we got another Yorick in this game. It's a 2 Yorick game. Razzie Banks also on the Yorick. Stanley rocking the Vayne, and they'll be going up against Team Korea here.
Yeah, depending on what augments you get with Vayne, you can really become 1v9 on some builds.
Oh, this is a fake.
Vayne also very good versus both these meaty melee champions.
Oh yeah, and it looks like Team Korea is just going to go in on this. GPT will be tanking up those silver bolts here for the start as Razzie Banks is just trying to keep the enemy Yorick away from his Vayne. Lots of health advantage here for the side of Asia Pacific. Stanley's doing a beautiful job just kiting these guys out. You might think you won a world championship at some point or something. Stanley and Razzie Banks making short work of Team Korea.
Stanley still got it. That was some clean movement. He also immediately was able to get the plant hits down there, taking that away from the melee champions. They took way too long to try and get onto that Vayne. Never could keep the Vayne down. It's always going to be difficult, though, if you're Tom Kench plus Yorick versus Vayne.
You know, Kobe, I didn't start commentating League of Legends until 2017, so it feels pretty cool to get to go back and cast Stanley. But now we got the end of the other game.
Whoa, Kayn was not banned. On PvE, Kayn is one of the most highly banned champions because there are definitely a bunch of builds you can go for. You can get the double damage ultimate item or 25% increase on your ultimate damage as well item with the changes to Axiom Arc. So definitely surprised that the Kayn got through, but looking forward to this one. Level 6 now acquired for him as well.
So, Kobe,
once you can get that transform, it is nice.
You know what's
pretty much always want to go for red form.
You know what's scarier than a Z-tier permaban champion? A C-tier permaban champion piloted by a man who recently played in Worlds.
Yes, Icon definitely only 2 years ago was playing at Worlds. I was actually casting him. A mid laner too, got those mid lane mechanics. All right, fight over mid plant.
Iris on the Morgana. Those bindings are going to be a real pain here for this double melee comp. Yorick, however, drops the cage. Iris wanted to use those soul shackles here as Icon needs a little bit more burst, but they're trying to find the kill onto Iris first. Icon wanted to get the execution, but a nice save coming out from GPT with the Devour. Now, can LSB get herself away from there? Somebody's got to be careful about that one. Icon slashing back in. Iris trying to kite it out, but it ain't going to work. Icon and Iris fall.
They've got him with the brute force. Not enough time for the Kane to scale yet. Has not gotten transformation yet, so now is the time to get those wins in. Beat them before they get to transform. He is going with that lethality build, by the way. The lethality starting item used to be super OP. You got 50% increase effect of plants. They nerfed it down to 25%. It's still a very good item. Not quite as OP as before. I'm definitely expecting the Axiom Arc on him as well, though, as we progress. So keep an eye on that one for possible comeback.
It's one of those don't worry we scale comps. Currently the only team left on the map without a dent in their health bar is Asia Pacific. But this time we're going to see LATAM going up against China.
All right, going into the double range here. The Zyra, Syndra, a lot of zone control from this team. They go for the top plant instead.
Yep, Nubia and Caprament just going to detonate that blast cone. As two range champions, they know their opponents could use that to try to get the distance closed on them.
Missed it on the snare there. They hit the stun though.
Nicely done from Caprament there, throwing out the ulti, but Icon dodging away from it with an ult of his own. Nubia not going to find enough damage to kill him back yet, but instead they'll kill Iris off. Now Icon's got his work cut out for him. The Zyra's low. That's got to be the priority target here, but he doesn't have a lot to work with in himself. He'll dash in for the Q. That's the first kill.
Remember, Pyke will always go for the furthest champion away from where it is.
Don't even matter.
Nubia with the dunk. Another win there for LATAM.
Nicely done from Nubia there, taking advantage of the fact that that Kane is stuck where he was. He had to use the flash to kill off Caprament, so it was an easy cleanup.
Yep, no 1v9 for the Kane quite yet. Still scaling, still looking for those souls to be able to transform. All right, Silver Augment to start it out. Stanley here on the vein, still has not taken a loss. A lot of confidence on him. Remember, most famous for those Nidalee top plays, those Vladimir plays back in the day.
Yeah. Just testing out some of that DPS potential there on the target dummies during your carousel phase. Nope, that dummy looked like a dummy. Now let's see how they measure up here.
All right. Ultimate out here. Looks like Asia Pacific will be able to get bottom plant. No problem for Stanley. He'll go in with a big shield.
Yeah. Oh, nice root, though, coming up from Caprament. Immediate follow-up with Scout of the Week. Stanley forced to flash back out of the way of the Zyra ulti, and now he's trying to kite it out. He's going after Nubia. He's got the first kill, and Caprament's down two. Stanley, the manly dude, he's just not that balanced.
And that's one of the most difficult matchups for them, too. Double mage with all the burst potential, but Stanley stays alive.
Clean moves there from the vein to get out of what looked like it could have been a very deadly situation with that initial catch.
Looks like the Tahm Kench Yorick racking up another win themselves as well.
Things are starting to look dicey for the representatives from China. They are down to only 8 HP remaining.
They have just gotten the transform for Kane, but it was blue transform first. Unlucky lobby here with too many range champions. So gonna have to either go for that and just say, hey, we gotta win now, or hope they can wait till they can get the red one.
Because, correct me if I'm wrong here, Kobe, the draft structure for this game is bans into blind pick, right?
I believe so on this mode. I don't know how they constructed this lobby.
Well, let's see what we got here. It's LATAM going up against Korea.
All right, even with the extra hat here, the extra juice.
Somebody rocking a Timo hat.
Leandri's tag, trying to burn him down.
Abyssal dive, not going to hit either one of the targets. Nice disengage from LATAM, using that blast cone to get themselves away. But the flower power is now available. Sunbee's going to pick that one up for herself. Should get all 3 hits, easy peasy. The shield and the healing, man, it's a lot.
Certainly is. Double plants controlled here by LATAM, though. And here goes Tahm Kench, attempted to engage.
Well, they want to go in on this one. Zyra ulti has been used for not great effect.
Syndra picking up that Yorick ultimate, throwing it back at them.
Oh, you can see Sunbee's very, very low, but Kaepernick might just drop first. They got her, but it's going to be a 1-for-1 trade. GPT's incredibly low. He's going to try to find the tongue lash for a last little bit of damage, but no, it's Nubia with the outplay, and Nubia secures another win for LatAm.
Syndra is so good for this lobby, picking up those Yorick ultimates, throwing the minions back at them, making use of the early Leandries on their side as well for that burn, take down the melee champions. This lobby is competitive, Flowers. Stanley is at the top, though. It looks like they are on a direct course for that spot in the finals.
Oh yeah, somebody's gonna have to stop these guys. And so far, no one has had the magic recipe to get it done. Razzie Binks and Stanley now going up against Kaepernick and Nubia. LatAm's had a couple of good wins here, but can they stop Asia Pacific's reign of terror? No. Quick little burst of damage there onto Razzie Binks. Follow up with the Scat of the Week over the wall. But Nubia and Kaepernick have not secured enough damage yet. They spend all of their weapons on the enemy Yorick, and now Stanley's Vayne is bringing the pain. Kaepernick is not long for this world, and Nubia already dropped. It's another dub for Stanley and Razzie.
Stanley rips them apart, up against the wall, nowhere left to kite to. I don't think they're dropping a match.
I mean, I like the fact that you open up and just immediately try to blow up one of the enemy players. Probably less ideal that it was not the Vayne. I feel like Stanley's got to go first.
All right, can anyone craft a strategy to take them down and change the fates of match number 2 here? Remember, just the winner of this lobby moves on.
6, 4, and 2 are the points left on everybody that's not Stanley and Razzie. It's their game to lose right now.
All right, here we go.
Icon and Iris.
Kane has transformed. What's he got?
Icon and Iris either have to win this here or they are eliminated and will not be moving on.
He's going for it. Can he get in Stanley? He's inside.
Okay, Stanley now under pressure from Icon, but Iris is killed immediately. Stanley still kiting it out. Beautifully done with the silver bolts. And Team Asia Pacific will eliminate Team China.
They are on a crash course for first place there. Stanley, Season 2 World Champ, not slowing down at all. Let's take another look at the other one, though, as they rack it up. And he did go to the Trinity Force Spain. Trinity Force into Blade of the Ruined King. Didn't get a quick peek at the augments, though. I really want to see what augments he was able to get.
The winning recipe right there. The fans know it. Razzie and Stanley are cooking here in game number 2, but also across the table, it was another elimination. We're down to the final 2 already.
All right, final matchup here. The double mages, can they get that burst onto Stanley? It's so difficult. Razzie Binks can just charge them, force out some cooldowns, create some space for that Vayne. They do have the Zhonyas to try and rely on.
Man, look at Stanley's health. He's got 4K health. Bursting this guy down is a tall order, but it's the only way that Team LatAm stands a chance.
Okay. It's a Pike map. You want to rush towards the Pike to make it jump at your opponents. Plant on the bottom side.
Okay, Kaepernick picking up 2. Nubia gets 1.
Usually want to save your trinket actives to reveal the Vayne in this matchup. Make the tumble a little bit easier to deal with.
Oh, nice connect there from Razzie, and Stanley knocks Nubia out of the air. A lot of damage back down into Stanley, but it ain't gonna kill him off just yet. Nubia trying to get away now as Razzie Binks will finish it off on his own. Pike dashes through, but that'll do it. GG, well played. Team Asia Pacific takes the dub, and they'll take the final spot in the final round.
Without dropping a single round here. Razzie, Binks, and Stanley, absolute domination.
Holy moly, man. Not one single life lost from these two. From the early game to the mid game to there was no late game because it ended that fast.
Man, that was insane to see Stanley popping off over a decade later, back in Los Angeles, crushing people with his range champions. The Nidalee from Season 2 flashbacks, not the exact same champ, but his Vayne was clean as hell. And now we're heading into the final round. We will update with the actual scores just to finalize it, but I think both y'all's napkin math was correct. It should be America, Japan, Asian Pacific, and Brazil heading
Memory
into the
test,
final round.
Mark.
Yeah,
I'm trying to remember.
Go. That's my host.
I was able to do it this time. But yeah, we'll get the final scoreboard up. But that was a crazy round of gameplay. You could see how dangerous some of these combinations are, Kobe. It wasn't the exact marksman plus support combination, but it was a frontliner and backliner. And clearly the Yorick was playing just don't kill my Vayne duty.
No support for Stanley necessary. Honestly, massive stuff from them. Got to see some cool stuff with the double mage comp as well. This was our very first matchup, the double flash over the wall, Syndra knock out into the burning sphere, and then GPT could not get access to the Zyra to finish it off until it was too late.
A really nice showing out of Team LatAm. The double mage actually worked very well with being able to shove people out and then try and lock them down, as well as just a lot of zone control and spacing power there. The Kayn and Morgana comp, I really like the idea of it, but it just looked like it took too long to get online. And then there were a couple of fights where maybe if they weren't so far behind or something, they could have killed the Vayne.
Yeah, I also want to shout out that the design team has been making balance changes. So while for the majority of PBE, Kayn was perma-banned, they are definitely keeping their eyes on that and updating as well. So even the hyped up Kayn here wasn't able to make anything happen even after getting transformed.
I gotta say, the double bruiser comp wasn't for me. I didn't love it. The Vayne plus Yorick makes a lot of sense. You have a wall that you can build for the Vayne to stun targets off of and stuff like that. Here it just was like, I guess will be two giant meatballs that run at you.
I want to see some more fun augments too. My personal favorite is actually the sled. The sled is kind of troll.
Is it the inting sled from Nexus Blitz?
It's basically that sled, but there's a couple creative ways to use it. You don't have to use it right at the beginning to charge right into your opponents. It is good if you have like a Singed or something like to use like that. But one of the strategies we also cooked up was sometimes if you are running one of those carries, you save the sled for later, and your carry can jump into the sled later into the game, play around that area of the map. So there's a couple different angles. Not everything is as troll as it looks like on this site.
Yeah, okay. Things are more than they appear to be here.
Things can be troll and good. That's the best kind of trolling, is when it's actually viable in the meta. So hopefully we get to see some more shenanigans, because there is a lot in this game mode. We've seen a lot of interesting compositions. We've seen a lot of interesting things like that. So very cool. Here we'll see the final match, like we were saying, Team Japan, Team North America, Team Brazil, and Team Asia Pacific heading in. And this is winner take all. Points no longer matter. Everything was just about qualifying for this final match. From here, all that matters is that you get first place so that you can go ahead and grab that championship belt here for Soul Fight, excuse me.
And with that being the final round, that means we do say goodbye to Team Korea, Team Latin America, Team Europe, and Team China. You can see the final scores here. It's a maximum score of 56 that went the way of Team Japan. Brazil and North America following them up there, tied for second and third at 50. Team Asia Pacific just one behind at 49, and then 36 for China, 27 for Europe, 26 for Korea, and 32 for Latin America, who honestly heated up throughout the tournament and had their best round there at the end.
Nice showing from them to round it out. That's going to do it for us up here for a second. We have Ovly standing by with a couple more people to talk with them through. Take it away, Ovly.
I know that person.
We are talking, Mark. We are talking with a very familiar face. We've got Freak back here and Dan Emmons. Hi there. I'm sorry, Yumi is a good champion. She's valid. She's valid. But listen, we're not here to talk about that. We're here to talk about the arena gameplay that we just saw with the Soul Fighter event. This was amazing. We really got to see Asia Pacific as well as Japan popping off with some of these team comps. So, hey, I feel like you've casted or analyzed gameplay once or twice before. So what did you think of these first two rounds?
My first thought is my first time on camera, so I'm very nervous. Yeah, Stanley still cracked after all this time. Like, a lot of the shots were first-person POV, then dude's like, the auto spacing, even Double would be proud. So I think that guy, obviously is still doing it really, really well. It was cool to see different comps come around, right? Like, we didn't see any marksman in game 1. We saw, obviously, Vayne hard carry in game 2. So it's good that we're getting the diversity.
And I think we got to see a lot of the really cool mechanics that you were talking about earlier when you were going through everything arena related. We saw like Pyke start to swing by. We saw the Nefari dog start to come out. So what do you think, or is there anything that players haven't seen just yet?
Yeah, we haven't gotten to see Samira yet. She's really dangerous if you have a lot of CC spells, because every time you CC them, she passive attacks them, and then if she builds up her style, she just eviscerates everybody nearby. So yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing some of the new stuff. Nefiri does in fact get blocked by targets in the middle of it, so you can set up your opponent to get eaten by it. That is what happened to Annie in the first game.
Now, we've seen a lot of different champions come out. We saw Tom Kench, we saw Yorick, we saw Vayne, as you said. Poppy and Annie, I think, was the winning combination for Japan. Are these champions that you expected to see come out for Arena, or are there a couple hidden gems that still haven't been revealed yet?
I expected to see more of the trappers. Like, my first instinct was always like, you have Maokai saplings or Heimer turrets or whatever. I don't know what they've been banning, so it could be that, Taric and Heimer are like perma-banned, and so they're not allowed anyway, but my instinct is always like, if you can like play a really big kite back comp, like you can sometimes play for the big end game. The one thing I haven't seen is people have been a little bit cowards with their augments. We had
Call him out. Who was the coward?
I don't know who it was because it went by so fast, but Castle was there as one of the options. Wasn't taken. Very shameful.
What do you think are the top augments that people should be insta-locking as soon as they come out?
If you see a chauffeur, you should take it.
That does what?
Basically, you don't get to move your attached to your ally. They drive you around, but you get a ton of stats. So basically, if you trust
Yumi.
Yeah, basically. Okay, look. Oh. I didn't make it, all right? Somebody else did.
I thought you were the designer on this.
There was a team. A lot of people worked very hard on this to get it out to our players for Soul Fighter. Thank you, everybody. Yes.
We do have a lot of the Riot crowd who are in here, a lot of people who have worked on Arena, a lot of people who have worked on the gameplay across all of the various Riot game styles for this event. But Dan, Freak, thank you so much for joining me once again. And guys, it's back to you.
Thank you very much, Awfully. You can feel the defensiveness.
I actually agree, though. You should take Chauffeur. Me and Meteos, when we were playing, we got offered, both of us, Chauffeur. And so how that worked when we played it, we both attached to each other, and then I randomly got to be the one that moved, and a round later, it just randomly was him. We couldn't figure out how we decided who got to actually drive us around. But if you both take Chauffeur, you get really fast.
All right, well, hey, maybe we'll get to see some of that madness. What you're looking at on your screen right now, remember, is some clips back from the first round to refresh everybody's memories of how 3 out of 4 of the teams appearing in our finals here played in their first time.
Exactly. We saw Team North America rocking the Trundle and Elise combo for feeling like punching through a bunch of thick health bars. Poppy looked incredible. Vladimir had some good moments as well, but Poppy Annie definitely felt like the most annoying, especially with Annie getting the double ult combination.
Yeah, definitely a very powerful prismatic. A lot of builds looking for the double ult cast one to complete it. Take a look at this one. I also really liked how Poppy played support basically here, front line. Had the Knight's Vow to soak damage, had the Even Shroud to amp damage as well for the Annie.
You know, we were talking to Skara behind the scenes earlier before the show started during lunch today, and we were talking to him and Meteos about their composition, and he was saying, yeah, Meteos is the carry. I don't have to play anything that requires brain power. And I was sitting there thinking, I was like, okay, what champion is he alluding to? I even asked him, are you going to lock Skarner in for us? He was just like, no, you'll see.
Kind of close, Trundle.
Yeah, it's kind of, so you just right-click the guy.
Equally easy to navigate. I do wonder as well, like, because they are watching each other do their rounds, I assume Bane is going to get banned this time to do something about Stanley, or do you think people are going to try and counterpick it?
Honestly, there are a lot of other AD carries that are really good too, so I kind of hope that people do. Twitch is pretty powerful. Definitely a bunch of options here. And then maybe we get to see a little bit deeper into support style play.
What's your go-to counterpick? If there's so many good AD carries, maybe not worth banning Vayne directly, what do you think is the best strategy for dealing with the kiting marksman?
I did not have a good counter to it.
Okay.
You need burst damage. That's why I thought the double mages would probably be the best bet. Burst damage is usually the answer to DPS.
Does feel like, because like you guys were saying, the Vayne ends up with 4k HP, it can be kind of difficult to punch through that. We'll take another look at this Vayne that we're talking about. That was the end of match 1. Here are the match 2 highlights. Very close fought, but like we said, only one team had enough points from all the physical challenges to move on, and that would be whoever won this one, ended up being Team Asia Pacific.
There's also a lot of really cool, augment combinations. There's one where you can get a bunch of extra levels. You get a level as soon as you take it, and then you can also go past level 18.
Oh.
That one's really good for Tristana. So one of the combinations we had was Tristana, because you get your extra range with your passive. And then using a support champion with a bunch of attack speed boosts as well. Let's get into it, though, I believe. Hearing some whispers.
Yeah, looks like we might be just about ready. All the teams are on the stage. Final match, as a reminder, Japan, Brazil, North America, Team Asia Pacific, all of them in a winner-take-all final match for that Soul Fighter Fight Night belt.
That's right, Mark. That's the big thing to remember for this one. Nothing before now matters anymore. First place is first place. It's all about this one.
All right, first matchup is going to be North America versus Asia Pacific here. Asia Pacific still has not dropped a single round.
Okay, Stanley's back on the Vayne, but we got Meteos here on the Heimerdinger. Scarra's on the Mundo.
It's actually his classic
Vlad.
Vladimir.
Oh, wait, that is Vlad. You're right. I mistake the capes.
And it does have to scale. Not that great in the early levels.
Okay, a lot of damage under Razzie Binks. Scarra and Meteos nearly taking him down the turret. Snipes him around the corner, and North America wins their first round.
And it's the first round that Asia Pacific actually drops the entire event here. Nicely done there from North America. Now, Meteos, I know, knows to play around those plant spawns as well as we jump into the next one here. We got another Kane and a Zed.
Okay, Zed. P-Jack's also back on the Vlad himself, so double Vlad game. We've got Nasus in here too. Flash away coming up from Seattle, but he will not survive. Jukes now standing there with P-Jack in a 2v1. Raijin will try to fight these guys out, but there's no way, man. Zed's too clean.
Clean stuff there. Jukes with the W. Knew he had the safety all along. Jumps right over. So at two Vlads, they definitely, the early rounds, not going to be very favorable for that champion. Looking towards the later stages, see what kind of augments, and we get a prismatic already.
Oh man, that's an early high power.
I cannot read Japanese though, so.
Yes, I cannot read what
Chinese.
these are, but one of them is a sword.
Okay.
We have one with a plus, that's probably a heal. I'm just trying to read the pictures at this point.
Good strategy, good strategy.
All right, Team Japan versus Team Asia Pacific.
Doing the homework here, checking everybody's augments first. I like it.
Yeah.
Raijin really taking a look.
Razzie and Stanley not wanting to step up too far. Remember, Stanley's still low leveled on this Vlad, so the cooldowns are a little painful until the later rounds. Raijin eating a lot of damage though, already down below half. Razzie Binks now going to be focused back, but it's Raijin who's still lowest overall. Stanley needs a little more damage. Razzie survives just barely. Tides of Blood are going to slow down Seattle, but he will kill off Razzie. Now it's a 1v1. Stanley trying to get back some of that blood there, some of those cooldowns from the Power Flower as Seattle finds another hit into the Blade's reach. Continues just trying to chase Stanley around here. Stanley there, popping the pool.
Conquer doing a lot of work here for the Kane as well. Despite the sustain of Vlad, keeping control of the plant, and one auto, two autos, Kane gets two of them.
2 out of 3 ain't bad. Seattle about to take the 1v1 and he gets some. Team Japan wins the head-to-head with Asia Pacific.
We might see the power of the Kane in this lobby, Flowers. Big start right there. Stanley, though, on his iconic Vladimir. Maybe one of these Vladimirs can pull it out.
This one's heating up, man. We've got pretty even game here. 20, 18, 18, and 16 are the standings.
The Zed Vladimir combo still yet to drop a game as well.
Yeah.
Fully healthy. Meteos here on the Heimerdinger. We're going to be following him for the next round. Sork Boots follow up on the second buy. And they're on the left side, so a lot of the times you'll actually look towards the top side plant instead. Easier to get to the right side plant for the right team.
Keep in mind that zone control, the power of the Heimer turrets. Lots of immediate burst down into Raijin, but now Seattle jumps back over the wall. Hemo played down onto 2. Scarra and Meteos trying to get themselves away. The Mundo, the frontliner, Seattle taken very low, but he's going to pop the ulti for a little bit of disengage, grab that heal. Scarra bringing the pain here with the point blank cleavers. Raijin's a big old dog, but they're about to put him on the leash. He tries to get back over the wall. Rockets fly, cleavers fly, nothing's hitting. But Scarra is trying to close the gap. Meteos puts down another turret, and North America's got the first kill. Now Seattle stands alone. The rockets won't hit him, but the turrets will. NA takes the round.
I like the strat. Scarra keeping them slowed with the cleaver spam so that Meteos can hit all of these grenades. Heimerdinger benefits so much. Once you hit that grenade, they get the charged up shot from the turrets. Meteos doing a lot of the work there. And again, this time around, we get to see when you use those turrets to set up around the plants, really gain control of the middle of the field here. Scarra focused.
Oh yeah, man, he knows. This is a shot. at international greatness for North America.
All right, first item completions.
All right, Team
Cosmic
Brazil.
Drive.
Your current leaders in the race here, going up against North America. Emo Plague on the 2 here again. Meteos under pressure with the Tides of Blood. Jukes jumps in, but he won't find the damage of Stasis. Coming out from Meteos to keep him alive, but Jukes gets right back out. That's the kill on Meteos. Jukes still barely staying alive. Scar's got to try to 1v2 these guys. Flash into the auto attack on Jukes to guarantee a 1v1. Now, can P-Jack cut it out? These are 2 champions without resources, with a lot of regen, but the Vlad is so low. He wants to get that empowered heal. There it is. Transfusion brings him back up to a decent amount of HP, but Scar is farming the power flowers. P-Jack trying to kite this one away long enough here. Pike Sun ain't gonna hit him. Pool of blood, keeping him safe enough for now. P-Jack trying to get out, but no! Brazil drops, and Scara gets the win.
The clutch from Scar flashes in, finishes off the kill onto Jukes, takes down the Zed, and then cleans up the 1v1. That one really demonstrating the importance of the shield and the heal for those plants, being able to control the inside, the extra sustain there. All right, next round matchup here. Razzie, Binks, and Stanley versus someone covered up. Oh, looks like Japan.
Okay, Razzie, Binks, and Stanley are currently the ones under most dire threat. They're down to half HP already at the bottom of the table. They need to start turning that momentum around a little bit.
Okay. Let's take a look at it. It looks like we saw Jukes here on the Zed, starting out with a nice W. Ooh, goes into ult.
Oh, Plague drop down though, a lot of damage immediately onto Razzie. He's gone. Stanley now stands alone against a copy of his own champion and a teammate. This one's going to be very difficult for Stanley to try to win. Shuriken's finding a slight bit of damage here. Tides of Blood versus Tides of Blood. Empowered Transfusion. I don't think Stanley's getting away with a death mark. The Shuriken's over his head, and it means he's dead. That's another loss there for Team Asia Pacific.
And I believe I saw the Blade Waltz taken there from Jukes. So Zed ultimate into Blade Waltz. Nice little combo there.
That's scary, man. That's dirty. You can get some really dirty combinations in this mode.
Definitely puts a lot of the fun into it. The augments here completely changing the way the game plays. Everybody now is really getting a handle on a lot of the PvE aspects as well. We haven't seen the dogs again, but quite cool to see that you can actually block those.
I hope we do. I like the dogs a lot.
Yeah.
All right. Kayn Evolution is out and ready to go. Red Kayn is on the Rift, but is it enough? Brazil's looking fierce here. Seeking Shuriken's gonna find a little bit of damage there. Back onto that enemy Kayn. All right, Hemo Plague onto Kayn, but P-Jack's not gonna get much more because Ciara goes back over the wall. Blades reach to find the knockup back onto Jukes, immediately into the ulti to drop some of that focus fire and give time for Raijin to join up in the fight. He runs back to the wall. Jukes with a nice dodge back away from the Blades reach so he won't get stunned, and Kayn's down. Now it's Vlad and Zed versus the dog. Raijin's barking. He's running back over the wall, and he just got plus 12. Now, can he take P-Jack down too? He's getting lots of hits in, man. He's stacked. He's ready to go. He picks up a power flower, but another Hemo Plague coming out from P-Jack. The amount of healing on the Vlad is keeping him in the game as Raijin continues trying to put the pressure on. That's going to be maybe all 3 hits on the power flower there from P-Jack, who lost a lot of HP from his own pool, and he gets stacked.
Oh, the Nasus voice lines are hilarious as well in this one, with the Kayn coming out on top. Really fun to see. Nice usage by Jukes as well in multiple Blade Waltz scenarios, but can't escape the Kayn.
You can see here on your screen, Team Brazil talking strategy here. They got to come up with a plan, make sure they're staying in this one. All right, let's take another look here, man. This time it's North America going up against Japan.
All right, they take the inside line, setting up down towards the bottom side plant. Scara playing the front line here, trying to keep the Heimerdinger safe as they go right for him. Meteos gets hit with the knockup.
Scara's got 7,000 HP, and he wants to get in the middle of everybody. Meteos trying to kite away. A lot of damage pours in from the lasers and the turrets. Ciara with a 2-man Blades reach. They want to bring Raijin back in to find a little bit more damage, but Ciara's already dead, and now Raijin's got no chance. Mundo's got more health than a building, and North America gets the win.
And there is an augment that you're able to give a shield to your ally. I wonder if that was the big shield that Meteos got there, supplied from Scar. Really really interesting possibilities with those augments if we can get someone to press tab and look at them again.
Oh, that is our first elimination. Team Asia Pacific is now out. They will not be claiming a victory here at Fight Night.
Everybody else really close there. Only separated by 4 points at maximum. Currently with North America at the top. And Japan at the bottom at 10 health left.
Like you said, though, that's close, man. Remember, the later rounds are worth 6.
Looks like Jukes here is trying to build to defeat Skara with the heel cutting on the chain sword.
Okay.
Pretty good against the cane as well, with Red Cane being taken.
All right, so this matchup, Brazil versus Japan. Let's see if P-Jack and Jukes can keep that second place, or if Raijin and Seattle will knock them off. Oh, wow, a lot of damage immediately onto Raijin here as the Hemo Plague on 2 is going to multiply the follow-up. Raijin is trying to get away, but he's already cut down by the Zed. The Razor Shuriken's just pouring DPS into these guys. Blades reach for a knockup, but again, Seattle just trying to kite this one out and keep himself alive long enough. I don't know if it's going to happen. He gets Lamb's Respite from what I'm assuming has to be a prismatic.
Yeah, it's an augment.
But there's no rest for the Wicked Man. Another dub for Team Brazil.
I forget what tier it is, but it is an augment. To be able to get that as a summoner spell. I know the designer's probably happy. That is one of those changes for the summoner spells. Oftentimes, my problem with that is I forget that I just got an augment that changes your speed summoner spell into a different one. There's a Zhonya's one as well. Let's take a look. Here we go. Thank you for pressing tab. You can get a look at the builds, look at the augments as well.
Well, the problem is, this is now an elimination round, I believe, for Team Japan. And there she is. There's Samira in the middle of the map.
So Samira does get the follow-up if you have any CC to hit on anyone. And then the ultimate does a lot of damage.
Oh my goodness, you want to talk about ultimates doing damage. Meteos firing off there, getting a big chunk out of Hygiene, but he heals it back up. He is on that Nasus. Meteos now tanking too. Trying to kite around here a little bit. Skara's in the middle. Raijin gets hit with the grenade. A little bit more follow-up from those turrets. Skara just takes no damage, man.
Meteos is untouched.
Meteos just does not care. They have no threat on him. Skara is the immovable object that Team Japan cannot get through. And now with only one left, Team North America is about to eliminate another opponent. And we're down to the final 2.
Oh, here we go. The final face-off.
North America versus Brazil, head-to-head to determine who wins Fight Night.
Who will be the arena champions? Good job there, this last one, protecting Meteos. Skara playing that front line, playing that peel. Let's take a look. Can Brazil take them down? Jukes has been really good on the Zed. A lot of creative play here. A lot of possibilities being able to play off that summoner spell change.
Now, critically, Team Brazil only has 12 life. I believe we're at the -6 point.
I like the Observer is showing us how much damage here. Skara here with Trinity Force, with the Titanic, actually a threat himself.
Skara taking a lot of damage here at the start. They're not afraid to commit to him, but it might have been a mistake. Brazil's already lost their first man, and now P-Jack stands alone. I don't think the stasis was going to be enough to save him. Point blank rockets. They got him. North America is now 1 round away from being champion.
That stun onto Zed was everything. Big win. All right, discussing any possible changes here. Remember to buy your juices for the extra little bit of power going into these end rounds.
This could be it. Brazil's got one more chance. They would have to win the next 2 in a row.
Yep.
Or if North America wins either of the next 2, they will be your champions instead.
Skara's also got the defensive maneuvers summoner spell here. See if he uses it in this round.
They're just chilling.
Hands up. Oh, maybe there's a bug. Like I said, we're still figuring out a lot of stuff here with this mode.
I am
let's see.
Quite certain what's going on here. Okay, bug's been resolved. Hemo Plague on Skara. He'll lead the way here again. Mundo at half HP, but that's still about 4,000. Jukes wants to look at Meteos. They know they got to kill off the Heimerdinger. P-Jack putting a lot of burst back onto Skara, who's regenerating it rapidly because he's Mundo. Meteos very, very low here.
Brazil's poking them down.
Yeah, they're doing a great job of it too.
They've got 2 plants to rely on as well. Jukes Healing up off the top one. Here they go again.
This was masterfully done by Brazil. I think they might have what it takes to grab the win here. Scora's down. Raid Boss down. Both enemy players down. Brazil will bring it to a final round.
Nice adjustments from Brazil. In the last round, you saw the stun onto Zed. Immediately, they were able to burst down Jukes and end the round. This time around, Jukes was able to avoid it. Really nice maneuvers there on the Zed, making use of his shadows, poking them down, harassing them, then going for the kill after the second round of plants came in.
We have been competing here for the last 3.5 hours, and it all culminates with one last round.
This is it. All right, it's a Lux round. Laser Beam gonna slowly tick around.
P-Jack has as much health as Mundo does. Meteos using the super turret here. That laser's dealing a lot of damage. Juke's going into the back, but he hasn't found Meteos. Another beautiful stun! He's not dead yet. The blade wall's coming out from Jukes, keeping himself alive. Scarra leads the charge. P-Jack trying to buy some more time, keep these guys zoned away. Let Jukes heal up a little bit. Nice use of stasis. Scarra is low. Another pool coming out. Brazil might turn it around. Scarra's dead. Meteos in stasis. Jukes also still having Guardian Angel.
They did it!
That's gonna do it, ladies and gentlemen. Your Fight Night Soul Fighter champions come from Brazil.
Brazil dominated the accuracy challenge, the dodgeball, and they win the finals here. Beautiful stuff there in the end. Love the creative use. Pulled out the Zed, got the Blade Wall Summoner spell.
Well done to Jukes and P-Jack, and we're going to join them on stage now with Avalie.
I am here right now with your Soul Fighter Fight Night champions from Brazil. It's Jukes and P-Jack. Congratulations, guys. And you know what? Winners are nothing without their belts. So let's bring in those championship belts. Raise them high.
Brasil, porra! Nice.
Now tell me about that gameplay, guys, because everyone came into arena mode new, excited to jump in and play, and Brazil just happened to be better than everyone else.
Everyone's good, but me and P we're just built different, baby. Yeah?
Just built different. P-Jack, is that what you think as well?
Yeah, I think so. I'm so excited. I don't know.
What was the hardest part about today, P-Jack?
The physical challenges. Yeah, the one that spins. Very hard.
The one that spun was definitely difficult for a lot of people. But again, I don't think that we should forget about what happened just a couple hours earlier. Playing dodgeball, you guys, making the full world tour. So, I mean, again, you've dominated in the physical challenges. You dominated in the arena game mode. And now, what's left for you to dominate?
Oh, I don't know. If Riot give us two spots at Worlds, maybe in 2 or 200 years, we can become a major region. Let's go, let's go.
Okay, listen, you just beat NA on NA home's turf in front of me. Please don't do it again.
Thanks for the opportunity, everyone. It was really good. I love the interaction between everyone. Europe, Japan, Philippines, and Asia was really good. Thanks so much. And let's go, guys, let's go.
The energy they bring, it's very good. Kesha, hello.
Kesha!
Let's go.
Thank you, guys.
Have you made any dear friends or potential duo partners here today?
Oh, yes. If Kesha comes to Brazil, he gotta talk to us. Philippines, brother. Let's go, Ramsey and Stanley. Woohoo!
Absolutely. And can fans expect you two to be playing or even streaming some more arena?
Yes, for sure. I don't know about you guys, but I prefer this one better than Earth. I'm gonna play a lot, yes.
Those are some spicy words we've got there. How about you, P-Jack?
Yeah, me too. We are going to in arena mode.
There we go. Well, one more time, congratulations to our Soul Fighter Fight Night champions, Brazil, Jukes, and P-Jack. Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you. Thank all of our competitors. And listen, that's it for me here on the arena floor. So thank you all so much, and tossing it back up to those casters.
Thank you very much, Ovly. Congratulations again to Team Brazil for taking it home. Such a sick event, seeing people from all across the world take part. That's going to do it for us here, though. Thank you, everyone, for coming with us. We're going to go look at some of the highlights from the night, though, before we go. Specifically, the Soul Fighter Arena mode at the very end. I can't believe it came down to one final round, winner takes all at the end of all of this.
I couldn't have scripted it better, man. Just the fact that it all came down to that head-to-head. Some fancy moves from everybody involved here in the first couple of rounds. Honestly, Juke said was looking pretty good, man. This guy was clean with his movements.
Yeah, certainly was. Definitely a critical playmaker for the team. Hopping over the walls, kiting when necessary. The sustain of Vladimir as well, a really good kind of front line for them to play around.
Yeah.
Allow him to go for these resets and be able to go pick up plants after an initial exchange.
And it's like I said in that final round when you saw them going up against Skara and Meteos and Skara playing this Mundo that had 8,000 health. Well, guess what? So did P-Jack's Vlad. The guy was an absolute meatball. It was so difficult to ever get this guy down, and it bought Jukes enough time to outplay him and slay him.
There they are. There are your champions.
Jukes and Pajax having an incredible showing today. Of course, like Ovly was referencing, they absolutely dominated 8 straight rounds of dodgeball going on their little world tour. It was really, really great to see them. So congratulations again. I hope they enjoy their belts. That's going to do it for us here. If you also want the fight of your life, you won't have to wait too long. Soul Fighter is officially live July 20th with the new Arena game mode. Thank you all so much for watching. Go enjoy Soul Fighter, and we'll see you all soon.
Drink your soul juice!
No, don't drink that.